1.
Hello, and thank you for joining the February Economic Development and Industrial Corporation of Boston Board meeting. At this time, the Boston Planning and Development Agency is continuing to host public meetings in a virtual setting for the health, safety, and accessibility of Boston residents. For more information and updates, please visit bostonplans.org. The Open Public Meeting Law requires that I notify the public that this meeting is being recorded. Please be aware that an audio and visual recording of this meeting is being made and broadcast by Boston City TV, which is a part of the City of Boston Office of Cable Communications at Xfinity Channel 24, RCN Channel 13, and Verizon Fios Channel 962. It is also being live streamed at boston.gov/. I will now take a roll call of the members to begin this meeting. Mr. Monahan.
Present.
Dr. Landsmark.
Present.
Mr. Miller.
Present.
I, Priscilla Rojas, am present. Okay, let's start with agenda item number 1. Request authorization for the approval of the minutes for approval of the minutes of the January 19th, 2023 meeting. A motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan.
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark.
Aye.
Mr. Miller.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 2. Request authorization to extend the license agreement with Deacon Transportation doing business as Old Town Trolley Tours of Boston to operate trolley service within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park for the 2023 cruise ship season. Maureen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Beginning in 2009, the BPDA has entered into annual license agreements with privately owned sightseeing tour companies to operate a trolley stop BPDA property and close to the Massport Cruise Port Terminal. The trolley stop allows the participating companies to service the considerable influx of visitors to the city of Boston associated with the terminal's port of call cruise ship schedule. In 2021, the BPDA issued a request for proposals to ensure maximum participation in the trolley stop program. The license term was for 1 year with 2 one-year option terms for 2022 and 2023. The BPDA received 1 proposal from Deacon Transportation, also known as Old Town Trolley Tours of Boston. For the 2023 cruise season, Old Town shall pay $10,000 for the use of the BPDA-owned property, citing the lingering uncertainty of post-pandemic travel. The license terms shall be from April 1st, 2023 to November 30th, 2023. Staff is here today to recommend that the BPDA be authorized to extend a license agreement with Deacon Transportation to use BPDA-owned property located within close proximity to the Cruise Port Boston to operate the 2023 trolley stop program. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan.
Aye.
Landsmark.
Aye.
Mr. Miller.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 3, request authorization to enter into a license agreement with the Boston Police Department for the continued use of 5,000 square feet of land area, 200 linear feet of berth 10, and 15,000 square feet of water sheet within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. Maureen.
Thank you. The Boston Harbor Patrol, a division of the Boston Police Department, was established in 1853 and will celebrate its 170th anniversary in 2023. Boston Harbor Patrol was established to patrol Boston Harbor and the islands. Boston Harbor Patrol is an existing tenant of the BPDA and has been in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park since approximately 2005. Boston Harbor Patrol currently occupies approximately 5,000 square feet of land area and 200 linear feet of waterfront on berth 10. The land portion of the premises has been utilized to house a modular office trailer to support the monitoring of maritime activities in Boston Harbor. The berth has been used to dock up to 6 Boston Harbor Patrol vessels. Boston Harbor Patrol is at the end of a 5-year license agreement, which will expire on March 31st, 2023. In lieu of monthly payments, Boston Harbor Patrol provides certain in-kind services to BPDA. BPDA staff is proposing a new 5-year license agreement commencing on April 1st, 2023 and expiring on March 31st, 2028. In lieu of monthly payments, Boston Harbor Patrol will still provide the certain in-kind services to the BPDA. Additionally, Boston Harbor Patrol shall continue to pay its proportionate share of Raymond Flynn Marine Park operating costs on a monthly basis. Staff is here today to recommend that the BPDA be authorized to enter into a new license agreement with Boston Harbor Patrol for the use of both Berth 10 and the land on which the modular trailer is located. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Ms. Mark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 4, request authorization to extend the license agreement with the BCP CG 27 Property LLC, also known as Beacon Capital, for the continued use of 28 parking spaces on Lot P, located adjacent to Black Falcon Avenue and adjacent to 27 Dry Dock Avenue within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. Maureen.
Thank you. Beacon Capital is an existing tenant whose principal business is real estate investment and management. Beacon Capital currently subleases approximately 283,000 square feet of life science space to various tenants, all located at 27 Dry Dock Avenue. Lot P consists of a series of 28 parking spaces located on Black Falcon Avenue in the rear of 27 Dry Dock in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. Beacon Capital currently utilizes the above referenced parking spaces in Lot P for personal vehicle parking to benefit the tenants of 27 Dry Dock Ave. The existing license agreement will expire on May 31st, 2023. The monthly license fee for Lot P is currently calculated at 133% of the effective monthly parking rate per space charged by the BPDA Central Parking Garage. Beacon Capital requests to extend the license for all 28 parking spaces. Beginning June 1st, 2023, Beacon Capital should pay a minimum of $539 per parking space, or $362,208 to the BPDA for a 2-year term. The 2-year license shall expire on May 31st, 2025. Staff is here today to recommend that the BPDA be authorized to extend the license agreement with Beacon Capital for the continued use of 28 parking spaces in Lot P. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Ms. Mark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, item number 5, request authorization to execute a design services contract with Arcadius US Incorporated to produce a flood resilience planning and feasibility study for the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park pursuant to the BPDA designer selection policy in an amount not to exceed $1,095,395. William.
Thank you and good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. As stated, we are requesting authorization to execute an engineering design contract with Arcadis for the flood resilience planning and feasibility study for the Marine Park. This matter was last before you at the September board meeting of last year to request authorization to solicit qualifications and fees for this work. As you'll likely recall, the purpose of this study is to advance the efforts of Climate Ready Boston and Climate Resilient Solutions for South Boston to determine the relative feasibility of the 2 solutions that were proposed by those past studies. The objective is, together with our tenants and stakeholders, to reach consensus on a singular approach that can be further developed and constructed in subsequent procurements. The result will be a detailed site assessment and report of findings and recommendations to mitigate flood impacts that can be used to both plan as well as pursue funding for needed resilience improvements in the Marine Park at a district level. The agency issued a formal request for proposals in accordance with our designer selection policy in November of last year. That process included outreach to disadvantaged firms with 66 interested parties downloading the RFP. We had 5 firms submit proposals in response to our solicitation. They were Arcadis, ARUP, GEI, Stantec, and Tetra Tech. All were very well qualified and esteemed firms. A designer selection committee was composed of colleagues from the Climate Ready Boston team, including the City of Boston's Environment Department, as well as our own climate change and environmental planning team, as well as real estate's capital construction team. We assembled and reviewed each submitting firm's qualifications, experience, and proposed fee. Based on that review, the committee recommends the engineering contract be awarded to Arcadis. They have a multidisciplinary team assembled. It includes Childs Engineering for maritime engineering work, Woods Hole Group for flood mitigation risk modeling, One Architecture and Urbanism, who's performing stakeholder engagement, and Alpha Survey, who's doing land surveying and mapping. The total contract award is for $1,095,395. It's been appropriately budgeted for in the agency's fiscal year 23 capital budget. Therefore, we are requesting that the director be authorized to enter into this contract with Arcadis, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Ms. Mark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Right. Item number 6, request authorization for the clerk to advertise and issue a request for proposals for a workforce assessment of Boston's Green New Deal. Lydia.
Sorry, Sarah.
Sorry, Sarah.
Yeah. Good afternoon. I'm the Director of Research, Evaluation, and Analytics at the Office of Workforce Development. Our office is requesting authorization to issue a request for proposals for an assessment of the workforce impact of the Green New Deal on the Boston area labor force across multiple sectors. As you know, the city's climate resilience and workforce development is a core component of Mayor Wu's Green New Deal policy framework. To advance this policy, OWD has been working closely with various city agencies and cabinets to develop comprehensive workforce strategies and labor policies to accelerate the transition to a carbon neutral economy. To support this effort, OWD, in cooperation with various city agencies, is seeking to commission a study of the workforce requirements and training needs to achieve the environmental targets set out in the Green New Deal. The goals of the assessment are to determine the employment implications of the Green New Deal, identify the skills required for new and greening occupations, and determine the reskilling and upskilling needs of workers, particularly those who have been disadvantaged in the labor market or who will be potentially displaced by green policies. The grant period is 12 months starting in February, and the cost is not expected to exceed $200,000. The funding for the RFP will come out of administrative costs that from funding that OWD received from the Good Jobs Challenge Grant, which is a $23 million competitive grant supported by the American Rescue Plan Act, administered by the Economic Development Administration of the U.S. Department of Commerce. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present that to the board this afternoon. I'm happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you, Sarah. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
We'll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Ms. Mark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you and good luck. Okay, item number 7. Request authorization to ratify and confirm the First Amendment to the license agreement with Arta Morpheus Incorporated for the use of the Fairmont Innovation Lab located at 572 Columbia Road in Dorchester. Matt.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Bohemus, and Director Jemison. Dave O. Jefferson presented before this board at last month's meeting to request authorization to enter into an MOA, a Memorandum of Agreement, with the Office of Returning Citizens to sublease space at 30 Dimmick Street. Because of a variety of unexpected factors with the lease negotiation and with preparing that space to be suitable for Power Corps and Office of Returning Citizens operations upon lease commencement, we have been forced to delay the move. Our landlord at 572 Columbus has been very accommodating to us, and we executed earlier this week this amendment in order to make sure that payment was issued as soon as possible because the landlord has been so accommodating. We anticipate at this time that we will be moving Power Corps finally to their new location on March 1st. But this is a month-to-month agreement. The landlord has agreed to continue working with us. And should we leave prior to the end of a month, we will be able to pay a prorated fee in order to make sure the landlord isn't disadvantaged for helping us out during what has been an unexpected delay. If you have any questions, I'll take them now.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Lance Mark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you, and send our thanks to the very accommodating landlord. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Item number 9, informational session. We're going to have a FY23 Q2.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I think you skipped number 8.
Of course I did. Yeah, it's a number 8. Okay, request authorization to enter into a second amendment to the memorandum of agreement with the Boston Water and Sewer Commission regarding efforts to conduct coordinated reporting, education, and cooperation with respect to stormwater quality for EDIC-owned properties. Matt.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Bohemus, and Director Jameson. This MOA was originally drafted in response to a consent decree, which was the result of civil action brought by the Conservation Law Foundation against Boston Water and Sewer in order to comply with the Conservation Law Foundation's action against BWSC. They entered into a series of these agreements with municipal agencies that were in a position to monitor stormwater runoff and help them comply with the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit, which BWSC is required to have. This agreement was expected to expire in December 31st of 2021 because of staff turnover at Boston Water and Sewer. At the earliest possible time, they were able to get us an amendment drafted. They notified us that we needed to extend the agreement. In order to keep them in compliance, we are extending the effective date all the way back to the date of expiration, and it'll be in effect for an additional 5 years at this time until December 31st, 2026. And this agreement simply continues what puts into writing what was operationally already happening, which was a series of cooperative measures and information sharing to ensure that our properties were complying with stormwater runoff and eliminating pollution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board?
I have maybe 2, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Matt, was there a financial settlement with CLF?
We weren't a party to the original action. I don't really have any details of the consent decree beyond BRA and EDIC's role in it, which is as an information partner to Water and Sewer. I can certainly get you a copy of the consent decree through the executive secretary.
Be great. And was there a suit actually filed?
Yeah, civil action was filed. BWSC, through the consent decree, admitted fault and worked with Conservation Law Foundation to create this apparatus of how they're going to report and coordinate with other municipal agencies, BRA and EDIC being 2 of them, to comply with federal permits going forward.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Seconded.
We'll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Mansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now agenda item number 9, informational session. This is the FY23 Q2 Finance Update from Tim.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Jemison. My name is Tim Mathis, Deputy Director of Finance. Our Director of Finance, Michelle Goldberg, is out this week, so I'll be presenting the second quarter report in her place. Next slide, please. So we begin with an update on our equitable procurement plan, which this board has requested on a quarterly basis. And as you've seen in previous reports, here are the 5 aspects of that plan. Ensuring the procurement process is accessible, expanding our outreach and assistance efforts, collecting and reporting data, and ensuring that we have the staff resources necessary to conduct this work. As you'll see in the next couple of slides, this work is producing the intended results. Next slide, please. Here you'll see a snapshot of our contract portfolio as of January 31st. As you can see in the left-hand table, minority-owned firms account for 5.4% of total active contract awards. That's up from 3.8% in our last quarterly update in November. You'll see that of that $2.5 million spent with minority-owned firms, 7 contracts are valued over $500 or $50,000, averaging more than $200,000 apiece. And again, that $2.5 million is up threefold from when we first conducted our disparity study in 2020. This increase was not at the expense of WBEs and demonstrates the value of our efforts. We're focused on not only sustaining, but growing these participation levels. Next slide, please. This slide captures our dashboard on outreach and engagement efforts over the last 90 days. I'll point out a few numbers. 645 MWBE vendors were contacted. That's down from the prior quarterly report. However, there tends to be a slowdown over December as solicitations are typically pushed to January, February to ensure the highest number of responses. We expect that number to pick up in the next quarterly update you see. But despite that, we executed 11 contracts, and here I need to point out a correction. 3 of those contracts that we executed, we are happy to report, 3, not one, were with minority or women-owned businesses. Next slide, please. Next, we move on to the second quarter budget updates. Here we compare our revenues and expenditures by the midpoint in the fiscal year. Looking at the columns from left to right, you can see our FY23 total budget, our Q2 budget projections, and our Q2 actuals. Overall, you can see that we've collected just under $41 million in revenue while spending $33.8 million, resulting in a $7.2 million surplus over that time frame. Looking a little closer at our revenue numbers, we ended the second quarter $2.1 million ahead of where we expected to be at this point in time. We can attribute that to rental and lease income, which was up due to a few payments from tenants that were not incorporated into our initial projections. Parking revenue is also up. The transient budget totals are $1 million over the budget, while revenue from cruise patron parking is a little below budget so far. Moving down to the expenses table, we see that personnel and employee benefits are slightly below budget. Note that this reflects the vacancies that we've been carrying throughout the agency. You can expect our next quarterly update to include numbers associated with the compensation study results that were implemented in January of this year. Contractual services are below budget due to several factors. OWD spending, transformation spending, and planning initiatives coming in a little below budget so far. This budget was increased significantly, so as the year goes on, we will continue to monitor and report on this line item. Property management is below budget due to accounting changes and true-ups, and also some initiatives not being implemented yet. We should see a ramp up in costs and seasonal work and work order agreements as we get into the second half of the year. Next slide, please. This is a companion slide to the prior one. It has additional detail on revenue and expenditure highlights, so we can go ahead and move on to the next one. Here is an overview of our parking revenue, which comprises a significant portion of our overall revenues. The green dotted line indicates actuals from July through December. November and December, as you can see, were both strong months as compared with our projections. And when you compare this to the prior year actuals indicated in the red line, it's been up across the board. Next slide, please. Finally, we have a summary table on our slide on our capital budget. The current capital budget has $51.6 million worth of improvements to the BPDA real estate portfolio. Of that, $27.7 million is under contract. So far in the 2023 fiscal year, $7.3 million has been spent. You can see historical spending in the chart at the top right hand of the slide. Total spending is accelerated in FY23 from the prior 2 years, primarily due to progress on construction at Building 108 and Pier 4, both in the Charlestown Navy Yard, as well as the Marine Garage and Northern Avenue in the Marine Park. Moving to the 2 graphs at the bottom of the page, you can see that the majority of our projects are maritime, followed by building construction, and the bulk of our work is taking place in the Marine Park and the Charlestown Navy Yard. Next slide, please. This concludes the update, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board?
You made reference to the results of the compensation equity study. Does that mean that steps have been taken to equalize salaries?
That's correct. The salary adjustments were implemented and paid out in January. So you'll see that as an adjustment next time we meet.
Thank you.
Okay, additional questions or comments? Well, I do want to say I like the updates to the capital budget slide. The view on project by project type and location is a nice addition. So whoever worked on that, that idea, good job. Okay, so this was an informational session. So we don't have to take a vote. So congratulations, Tim. You completed your first presentation to the board. Great job. And we'll talk to you later. Okay, item number 10, personnel. Michael.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Jemison. We have a number of items for your consideration on the EDIC agenda with exact details included in the board memos. We have 9 appointments. In the Planning Department, Emma Hunter, Assistant to the Director of Planning. In the Office of Workforce Development, Justin Choi, Grants and Budgets Manager, Youth Employment. Kayla Kelly, Assistant Deputy Director of YOU. Mindy Minardi, Grants Manager. And Lisa Bauer, Senior Program Manager, TFCC. In the Urban Design Department, Lucian Hicks, Senior Urban Designer, and Isabella Frontado, Urban Designer 1. In the Director's Office, Eve Fairbanks, Assistant Record Specialist. In the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Department, Louis Frias, the Second Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. We have 1 contract in the Office of Workforce Development, Jamila Puckerin. And we have 1 status change, Ethan McIntosh, Research Associate in the Research Department. We have 1 out-of-state travel request, and we have 1 departure in the Office of Workforce Development, Jonathan Macrez, Deputy Director of YOU. And that's everything, and I'll answer any questions if you have.
Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second?
Call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Bill Hansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you. And that was the final agenda item. So I need a motion to adjourn this meeting.
So moved?
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Bill Hansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes, meeting adjourned. So we'll now begin the BPDA portion of the meeting. Thank you for joining February Boston Redevelopment Authority Board meeting. At this time, the Boston Planning and Development Agency is continuing to host public meetings in a virtual setting for the health, safety, and accessibility of Boston residents. For more information and updates, visit bostonplans.org. The Open Public Meeting Law requires that I notify the public that this meeting is being recorded. Please be aware that an audio and visual recording of this meeting is being broadcast by Boston City TV, which is a part of the City of Boston Office of Cable Communications, at Xfinity Channel 24, RCN Channel 13, and Verizon Fios Channel 962. It is also being live streamed at boston.gov/cable. I'll now take a roll call of the members. Mr. Monahan.
Present?
Bill Hansmark.
Present.
Mr. Miller.
Present.
Hi, Priscilla Rojas, present. Okay. Agenda item number 1. Request authorization for the approval of the minutes of the January 19th, 2023 meeting. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second?
We'll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan.
Aye.
Bill Hansmark.
Aye.
Mr. Miller.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 2.
Pardon me, Madam Chair. I'll have to recuse myself from this item. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Item number 2, request authorization to schedule a public hearing to be held on March 16th, 2023 at 5:30 p.m. or at such a time and date deemed appropriate by the director to consider the application of the Old Colony 6 Bond Limited Partnership to the Boston Redevelopment Authority for authorization and approval of a project under Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 121A, and the Acts of 1960, Chapter 652, both as amended for the Old Colony Phase 6 redevelopment project in South Boston neighborhood of Boston. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second?
We'll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Ms. Mark?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 3, request authorization to schedule a public hearing to be held on March 16th, 2023 at 5:40 p.m. or at such a time and date deemed appropriate by the director to consider the First Amendment to the Plan Development Area Master Plan for Plan Development Area number 127, Alston Yards, 60 Everett Street, Alston, to First Amendments to four development plans for buildings A, B, C, and D within the master plan, to the Building E development plan for the Plan Development Area number 127 within the Alston Yards master plan, and the proposed project as a development impact project. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second?
Call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Mr. Leitsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 4, request authorization to schedule a public hearing on March 16th, 2023 at 5:50 p.m. or at a date and time to be determined by the director to consider the 119 Brain Street project in Alston as a development impact project. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second?
Call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Leitsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 5, request authorization to schedule a public hearing on March 16th, 2023 at 6 p.m. or at a date and time to be determined by the director to consider the proposed, the development plan for Plan Development Area number 138, 1234, and 1240 Soldiers Field Road project in Alston, and to consider the proposed project as a development impact project. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second?
We'll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dinsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
The chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 6, request authorization to adopt a text amendment to Article 80B-7 of the zoning code to implement an increase over 2 years beginning January 1st, 2024 in the housing exaction and jobs contribution exaction for lab uses to $26 per square foot and $4.78 per square foot, respectively, to implement an increase in the housing exaction and jobs contribution exaction for other development impact uses to $19.33 per square foot and $3.76 per square foot, respectively, to reduce the square footage trigger and exemption from 100,000 to 50,000 square feet, to change the number of installment payments to 2 made at building permit and certificate of occupancy, and to petition the zoning commission to amend Articles 2 and 2A definitions related to research and laboratory uses to align with the proposed changes to the Article 80B-7. Brian.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jameson, Secretary Paulinas. For the record, I'm Brian Glasscock, Deputy Director for Regulatory Planning and Zoning. I'm joined by my colleague in the RPZ part of planning, Maya Kattler-Gold, and by my other colleague, Tim Davis, the Mayor's Office of Housing, who's going to lead us through sort of the nuts and bolts of the linkage piece, and Maya will talk about the definitional changes that are required in order to make this work. So, Tim?
Thank you. I'm Tim Davis. I'm the Deputy Director for Policy Development and Research at the City of Boston Mayor's Office of Housing. Next slide, please. I know that everyone here on this board probably is quite familiar with the linkage policy, but for those who are viewing, next slide. A linkage policy is a development impact exaction or fee charged to large commercial development. New commercial uses create new jobs, which means there's also a need to house those new workers. In addition, to ensure that current Boston residents can get some of those new jobs, job training is required, and therefore we have a linkage policy that provides funds for both housing and job training. Next slide. The history of the linkage policy, I won't go through this in detail, but our first housing linkage policy was adopted in 1983. The jobs funding was created in 1986. Before 2021, in order for us to make substantial increases in the linkage fees, we had to actually do a home rule petition to the City Council and to the State House. In 2021, we passed a home rule petition that gave us more leniency and more flexibility to change that, although it does require a nexus or a feasibility study. And so that is what we completed during 2022, was that feasibility study as well as listening sessions on proposed linkage changes. Next slide. Next slide. The current linkage policy applies to projects with 100,000 or more of square feet of commercial space, and that first 100,000 square feet is exempt. Fees are $13 a square foot for housing and $2.39 a square foot for jobs. Housing payments are done in 7 annual equal payments, and job payments were in 2 equal payments. Next slide. So just an example, if the property was 250,000 square feet, the exemption would be 100,000 square feet. So the fee would only be based on that 150,000 square feet, and the housing fee would be 1.95 million, and the jobs fee would be 358,500. Next slide. Since its inception in 1986, the Neighborhood Housing Trust has awarded more than $227 million in linkage funds for affordable housing, creating over 9,000 new income-restricted housing units and preserving over 6,000 income-restricted housing units. And the Jobs Trust has received over $55 million in linkage funds for job training, which provides important training and education programs, including the tuition-free college program. Next slide. Next slide. The proposed linkage policy, we would drop the threshold in the exemption from 100,000 square feet to 50,000 square feet. The rates would differ between lab and other commercial uses. The increases would be phased in over 2 years, and it would be starting with January of 2024, not immediately. And there would be 2 payments for both the Jobs Trust and the Housing Trust. It must be noted that the new policy does not apply to any projects that have already filed with BPDA as of the date of adoption. That is part of the legislation, and so that means that there'll be some running room for folks to submit documents between now and then. Next slide, please. This kind of provides kind of all of these summary of changes, but I'll highlight the jobs linkage and the housing linkage number. It goes from $200.39 for jobs linkage up to $4.78 2 years from now. And the housing linkage would be going from $13 to $26. Sorry, I skipped one thing. Jobs linkage for labs and commercial would go from $239 to $3.76. Housing linkage on labs would go from $13 to $26, and on other commercial uses from $13 to $19.30. Next slide. And here's an example again. Sorry for the edges here a little bit funny, but it would be based on 200,000 square feet instead of 150,000 square feet. The lab use, the housing fee would be 3.9 million. This is based on this would be based on the initial change, and $718,000 for the jobs fee, and for non-lab it would be 3.2 million and 616,000 for jobs. Next slide. And then I will pass it back over to the BPDA team.
Thank you. I'm Maya Calder-Bowles, the Planning Assistant for Regulatory Planning and Zoning at the BPDA. So we're also presenting some new and amended definitions for laboratory and related uses. This is necessary to fix unclear and outdated language. In particular, we needed to write a new definition for research laboratory and clarify how it's distinct from other lab uses, such as clinical laboratory and health and safety laboratory, testing laboratory. This is because research lab is the use that we're proposing paying higher linkage rates because of their higher impact on land value and jobs. In addition, sorting out these definitions will allow us to be able to better plan for these uses going forward. Next slide, please. So this is the full summary of these changes. We're proposing a new definition for research laboratory. As I said, this use is currently on the use tables, but not defined in the code. Also proposing amending definitions such as clinic, light manufacturing, and general office to clarify how all these various uses are distinct from one another. We're also proposing a few minor changes to the use tables in order to maintain consistency with the new definitions. I'm happy to answer any questions about each of these bullet points, but I'll pass it back to Brian now to talk about the community process.
Thanks, Maya. Next slide. Great. In addition to the extensive listening sessions that Tim mentioned in the development of the feasibility study. We did hold a public meeting, citywide public meeting, back in January. Had really outstanding attendance. It was a virtual meeting, but it did allow for a lot more people to participate. And we kept the comment period open. And you, in your briefing package, you've got copies of the comment letters that we received. Majority of the comments expressed support for the proposal. In fact, I think it was there was a lot of the advocates were suggesting that we go even further, and the zoning language changes. The zoning language that for the job retention workforce preparedness was added to be even more descriptive about how those funds could be applied. We need to make sure that the jobs training money goes to helping Bostonians benefit from the development of these research lab uses. And with that, we're all here able to answer questions if you have any. It's your time.
Yeah, I could use some help with this. So certainly, we all know the shortage of housing, particularly affordable housing in Boston, and we're also very thankful for the jobs the lab spaces brought in over the last few years and continues to bring in. How do we determine the right balance? If this number is too low, the extra money coming in from the labs, we're leaving money on the table. It could go for housing and jobs, and if the money is too high, if the fee now is too high, there'll be other areas in the region or around the country that will be taking in those jobs. So how do we determine that? How do I know that this is a good number, or how do we arrive at the math here?
Well, I'm going to very quickly hand this over to Tim, but one of the things I would mention is that, and Tim did mention in passing, because we changed the zoning enabling legislation that gave us the authority to manage linkage numbers, we have the ability to adjust this in the future going forward. And we do track those kinds of things. So if we felt like we had really had not raised it high enough to offset the impact that this would have, we have another opportunity anytime we wish, generally annually, to increase that. And these numbers also go up based on the consumer price index each year as well, automatically. So there is an opportunity to ratcheting up, but Tim should talk about the feasibility study and the work that the outside consultants that we used developed.
Thank you, Brian. As part of this, we are required to do what's called a nexus study. And through an RFP process, we've hired Carl Seidman, who is an economist and an academic who has done many of these studies before, including for the city of Boston. And he's looking at really two questions. One is the nexus, meaning is what is the impact of a specific development on the need for low-income housing and the need for job training? And then he puts a dollar number on that. So it's kind of like, what is that? That's the most that we should be looking to as the value to get. But then to answer your question around the balance, he does do a feasibility study to then look at, okay, what can a developer actually carry and support, which is going to be lower than that actual nexus number. And so that's the feasibility study, and that's the reason why we're able to do something more on labs, because the feasibility on labs is significantly higher than it is on other commercial uses. And that is one of the reasons why we're able to pull more for labs. Also, able to pull more for labs in terms of jobs training, because that is a field to which we have a smaller kind of job training pipeline and really need to build that pipeline out. So it's another reason for having a higher labs for jobs. I hope that answered your question. If you have a follow-up.
Yeah, so it sounds like we put a lot of weighting on this feasibility study. So it's
correct.
A firm with great background, a great reputation.
And these are the numbers that he recommended.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Additional questions or comments from the board?
Go ahead, Ted.
No, go on.
One question with respect to the labs, where do we sit, Tim, with Cambridge?
I think that our number will still be lower than Cambridge's number. I do not think they're doing a separate lab fee than we are. I'd have to check that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
My colleague pretty much asked the question I was going to ask. Where are we adjacent in relation to other adjacent communities? Do we know?
We would be higher than Somerville and lower than Cambridge, would be our number.
Thank you.
I think it's important to acknowledge, though, the development costs and construction costs and the fit-out costs of lab spaces are at least double other DIP uses, other development impact project uses, anywhere from $750 to $1,000 a square foot for construction, and then maybe another $500 a square foot for fit-out. So the ratio of the linkage fee to the construction costs is incredibly small.
And the Cambridge fee that they adjusted it in October is just over $33 per square foot on all property, on all commercial sites, and they're only exempting the first 30,000 square feet, whereas we exempted 50,000.
Yeah, I just want to acknowledge that we received some very well-researched and thoughtful comment letters on both sides of this issue, and I want to thank the proponents on both sides, increase or not increase, for the work that they put into this. I found that highly informative.
Great, thank you, Dr. Landsberg. Additional questions or comments? Well, great job to the three of you for presenting, and good to see you again, Tim. I think as you mentioned, Brian, this is something that we will continue to track and see how this is going, and we'll go from there. So, with that, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second?
Call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Landsberg?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you. Okay, and item number 7, Board of Appeal, Brian.
I'm going to stay on it. I'm going to use just a brief moment of editorial. I think that's Tim's final board appearance, and I believe this was Maya's first, so baton's been passed. So zoning Board of Appeal recommendations, we have 58 recommendations for your consideration and approval. Those cover 3 hearing dates, February 28th, March 14th, and March 16th.
Okay, do we have any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second?
Call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Landsberg?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Item number 8, request authorization to enter into a license agreement with Building Restoration Services Incorporated for the occasional use of approximately 8,500 square feet of land located at 142 Shawmut Avenue to be used to maneuver construction lifts for envelope repair and improvements to the Lennox building. Lauren.
Madam Chair, members of the board, 142 Shawmut is an 8,500 square foot parcel located in the south end. The Lennox building is located immediately adjacent to 142 Shawmut Avenue. Building Restoration Services maintains and repairs the Lennox building and is regularly approaching the BPDA for temporary use of the subject property to site scissor lifts to ease access to the Lennox building, upper floors, roof, and facade. Currently, each separate license necessitates the execution of a standalone license. Therefore, we're proposing that the BPDA execute an agreement to expire on January 31st, 2024. BRS will be permitted to use the 142 Shawmut on a temporary basis with timely written request and at the sole discretion of the BPDA director. And BRS must vacate the subject premises promptly and in a manner consistent with their written approval. BRS will be responsible to properly secure the subject property when not in use and will retain the right to terminate the license with 14-day written notice for any reason at the discretion of the director or at BRSR. They acknowledge that the licensed premises is a future open garden site and the premises is only available on a temporary basis. They will pay a one-time $1,800 fee for a 1-year extension will be available, and the $1,800 will pay for the upkeep of the lot. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second?
We'll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Miller?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 9, request authorization to enter into license agreements with City View Trolley Tours, Beacon Transportation Incorporated, doing business as Old Town Trolley of Boston, and Uptown Transport, doing business as Boston Sightseeing, for the 2023 Downtown Waterfront Trolley Kiosk Program, with the option to extend the term annually through the 2025 season at the BRA discretion. Laura.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, Director Jemison, and members of the board. As this board authorized in November of last year, the BPDA real estate team issued a request for proposals for the use of 3 kiosks on BPDA land between Long Wharf and Central Wharf. I'll note that, as you heard from my colleague Maureen during the EDIC portion of today's meeting, the RFP cycle and timeline is different between the very distinct markets of the Marine Park and the downtown waterfront. So although we are not required to do so by law, we issued an RFP to ensure as much outreach and participation as possible and to build on the recovery from COVID-19. I can assure you staff are committed to a fair and consistent process that provides the best services possible on our property. City View Trolley Tours, Old Town Trolley, and Uptown Transport, doing business as Boston Sightseeing, responded to the RFP with advantageous proposals. So we recommend awarding licenses to each of them for 1 kiosk for a fee of $5,100 per month. We will further engage with the respondents before we execute the licenses, and all licenses are contingent on required permits, documentation, etc. Thank you very much, and please let me know if more information is needed at this time.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from the board? And I want to say thank you, Laura. This was, you guys have done a good job in this RFP process. So, with that, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second?
We'll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Landsmark?
Aye.
Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you. Item number 10, request authorization to enter into a design services contract with Kleinfelder Northeast Incorporated to produce a flood resilience planning and feasibility study for Long Wharf located in the Central Wharf District of downtown Boston in an amount not to exceed $880,000. William.
Thank you again, Madam Chair and members of the board. As stated, I am asking for authorization to enter into an engineering design contract with Kleinfelder Northeast for the flood resilience planning and feasibility study at Long Wharf. This matter was also before you last September of last year to request authorization to solicit qualifications for this work. As you'll likely recall, the purpose of this study is to advance efforts of the Climate Ready Boston and climate resilient solutions for downtown Boston and the North End to determine the relative feasibility of 3 solutions that were proposed by those studies. The objective is, together with the area's stakeholders, to reach consensus on a singular approach that can be further developed and constructed in subsequent procurements. The result will be a detailed site assessment and a report of findings and recommendations that would mitigate flood impacts that could also be used to plan and pursue funding for needed resilience improvements to the Long Wharf. The agency issued our request for proposals in accordance with the designer selection policy on November of the past year. The process included outreach to disadvantaged firms with 70 interested parties downloading the RFP. We had 5 firms submit proposals in response to the solicitation. All were very well qualified and of note of interest. Most of them were different from the solicitation offered for the Marine Park, so we were very happy to see the broad interest. The firms for this solicitation was Arup, GZA, Kleinfelder, Michael Van Valkenburg, and Wesley and Sampson. A designer selection committee was composed of colleagues from the Climate Ready Boston team, We had the City of Boston's Environment Department participate, our own Climate Change and Environment Planning team, as well as the Real Estate's Capital Construction team. We reviewed each submitting team's qualifications, experience, and their proposed fee. Based on that review, the committee recommends the engineering contract be awarded to Kleinfelder. They have a multidisciplinary team assembled that includes Stoss Landscape Urbanism, FOF Infrastructure, One Architecture and Urbanism, Peer Consultants, and Kevil Enterprises. The total contract award for this one will be $880,000. It's been appropriately budgeted for the current fiscal year 23 capital budget. And with that, we are requesting authorization for the director to enter into this contract. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, do we have any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second?
Call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Hansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Item number 11, request authorization to issue a request for proposals for consultant services to assist in the preparation of the Enterprise Research Campus District and Greenway Plan. Andrew.
Thank you, Madam Chair Rojas, Secretary Polyhumus, members of the board, and Director Jemison. You can move on to the next slide. The Harvard Enterprise Research Campus, or ERC, is a proposed mixed-use district located in Allston. The goal of the Harvard ERC District and Greenway Plan is to work with the community to establish a district-wide vision for the area, help shape the design and activation of the proposed site-wide greenway, and also create predictable and enforceable framework for future development to ensure that it is sensitive to the needs and goals of the neighborhood. The project emerged out of community requests made throughout the Article 80 review process for ERC Phase A, for specifically a comprehensive regulatory master plan for the Harvard-owned area outside of ERC Phase A and B. As you might recall, Harvard committed to fund this study as part of the ERC Phase A mitigation and community benefits package that was approved by the BPDA board on July 14th, 2022. This study will be informed by the initial findings of the Allston-Brighton Needs Assessment that will be underway at the same time, and will also help inform upcoming planning for Beacon Park Yards to the south and the I-90 interchange. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second?
Call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Hansmark?
Aye.
Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thanks, Andrew. Item number 12, request authorization to advertise and issue a request for proposals for the review and analysis of the existing community engagement practices of the development and review process, including recommendations for reform. Newport.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Secretary Polyhumus, Director Jemison, and members of the board. I'm actually going to present agenda items 12 and 13 together since they're very closely related, and you'll see in a few minutes why. The requests before you in agenda items 12 and 13 are to authorize the BPDA to advertise and issue 2 requests for proposals for consultant services to support the agency in its upcoming transformation of the Article 80 development review process. Next slide. Mayor Wu, in her State of the City address and her January 30th executive order relative to resilience, affordability, and equity, has charged the BPDA with creating and implementing a reformed development review process that improves how communities, developers, and the BPDA work together to shape the city. We embrace this need for change, and we recognize that a successful development review process is one that advances citywide goals, aligns with planning, is easy to engage with, and creates a predictable business environment for all of its stakeholders. Next slide. To that end, we would like to undertake 2 projects to procure consultant services to support our efforts. The first of these 2 projects in agenda item 12 is the Article 80 Community Engagement Reform Project, which will entail a review and analysis of existing community engagement practices and develop recommendations to make them more equitable, inclusive, and transparent. The second, agenda item 13, is the Article 80 Operations Reform Review Project, which is an analysis of the existing Article 80 Development Review Code itself and its operations, and will eventually lead to recommendations that align it more closely with our transformation goals. Next slide. The Community Engagement Reform Project will consist of 6 primary tasks that are listed on the slide and available to you in the memo. The goal of this project is to identify and implement changes that will reform community engagement, to make it more inclusive, equitable, and transparent, and to ultimately build greater trust between the agency and the people that it serves through its development review process. The recommendations will be derived from an analysis of existing practices, feedback from external and internal stakeholders, and will be integrated with other Article 80 reform efforts. And most importantly, it will be informed by a very thorough and sort of rigorous engagement with the community at large to make sure that we're hearing from everyone who is traditionally included as part of our process or otherwise. In parallel, the goal of the operations reform, which is the product on the left of this slide, will be to deliver a modernized, streamlined, and an efficient process to further support the agency's transformation goals. And that project consists of 5 primary tasks. Ultimately, when completed, the project will deliver updated language for the Article 80 of the Boston Zoning Code, staffing recommendations to estimate additional resources, management structures, or training needed to support the new code and process, recommendations to consider a standardized approach for mitigation and community benefits, tracking and reporting frameworks to measure progress, monitor outcomes, and create greater accountability for the BPDA. And finally, implementation resources, including documentation of policies, procedures, training materials, or any staff training sessions that are needed to support this reform. Next slide. The expected budget for both of these projects is what you see on the slide here. We've intentionally kept these ranges fairly wide so as to select sort of proposals from a wide range of respondents and make an informed decision about the way to go. Both of these projects will be supported through the BPDA's transformation budget. And since we're seeking a very wide range of specialized services, this approach specifically enables us to provide higher ratings to consultants who have not only relevant qualifications and experience, but also the capacity to meet our needs and understand our goals and objectives with these projects. Next slide. We're very excited and eager to start working with Mayor Wu's newly appointed Article 80 Steering Committee, who will be advising us on both of these projects, as well as other transformation-related efforts that you will see in a minute. In addition, both projects will be informed by robust stakeholder engagement with internal staff, other city departments, elected officials, and community members who are expected to be impacted by the changes to this process. Next slide. Ultimately, we see these 2 projects as being very complementary, closely related, and 2 parts of a greater whole, so that when they're implemented early next year, they will yield a much more improved development review process that works better for the people that it serves. So I'll pause there and take any questions or comments from the board.
Okay, thank you. Do we have questions or comments from the board?
I have a series of comments and questions which I probably might not have thought of were this not called reform as opposed to modifications or improvements. Reform certainly implies that there are fundamental issues that are being addressed here. And I have a series of questions where you make reference to transparency of a process. What exactly do you mean? And when you talk in terms of streamlining a process, I wonder exactly what that means for the stakeholders in light of the fact that the current process involves very extensive community engagement and input. We hold hundreds of meetings a year in multiple languages, both live and digitally online. And over the past several years, we've produced per capita more housing than I think any other city in the country has. So if the goal is to streamline a process, but still to be transparent and open about including community input, which many developers have openly acknowledged in their meetings with us here, has improved the quality of their processes. Could you say a little bit about what the evidence is that reform is needed? And can you say a little bit about what you mean by transparency in relation to trying to streamline a process which has already produced substantial numbers of housing units?
Thank you, Dr. Lansford. Those are both excellent questions, and the types of questions we've been thinking about very deeply as we developed both of these RFPs. So I think just to clarify, when we say streamlined, what we mean is not necessarily a process that is always faster or shorter, right? I think the intent here is to, one, modernize the code because it was established in 1996 and the development landscape has changed significantly, as have business practices and just sort of how we run our processes. So one of our goals is to bring the code really into the 21st century. Along with that, integrate all of the different policies that have been sort of layered on top of the code into the base code itself to give them sort of more teeth and to give them more legs, so to speak. So the intention behind sort of using the word streamline is to say we want to create a code and a process that is better aligned to the outcomes we want to achieve. And maybe one of the outcomes of that is that it is faster. But again, the goal is very much to align it to the outcomes, and in doing so, make that relationship clear to all of the different stakeholders involved. So to speak to your second question about transparency, I would sort of say something similar where we completely recognize the immense value that community engagement adds to the process, and sort of the intention to break that piece out into its own RFP was exactly in recognition of that fact, to say that this is, it's a question that is that needs to be studied at so much depth that we would like to give it the time and attention it needs, and to hear from all of our stakeholders in terms of how we can improve the experience for them. One of the critiques we often hear from members in the community is, there's just too many meetings, and it's not always clear to them the connection between the input they give in meetings and the outcomes of the actual projects. So the goal in sort of reforming that experience is to make some of those relationships clearer and to hear from community members how best they would like to engage in helping us make these decisions about development. Does that somewhat answer your question?
Well, somewhat. I guess I'm a little unclear in what we're being asked to vote on what the link is between structural change and actual influence over the design and development process. And it may be that we have to go through this study to get to a point where we see the linkage between those two. But as it stands, it's not entirely clear as to how having fewer meetings is going to increase community input into the structure of these developments. And there's a related question, which is that there are already a number of studies which have been done over recent years, emerging from the city, around transportation and sustainability, resilience, housing needs, and they're very good studies. And I wonder how this piece of work is going to fit into the context of those other planning analyses which have been done.
Dr. Lansmark, if I could jump in for a second. For the record, I'm Devin Quirk, Deputy Chief here at the BPDA, and thank you for these questions. These questions are excellent and exactly the type of thing that our staff has been wrestling with, and Nipur and Mike Christopher and I and a group of the development review staff had a chance to gather today and talk a little bit about this reform and improvement effort. And we have a very talented team here, and all of whom have lots of great ideas about how the process could be improved. And this is one mechanism by which we can do that. I'm sure you also have ideas, and the board have ideas about how the process can be improved. Our development stakeholders and our community stakeholders also. As the board said earlier, I think she hit the nail on the head. We've had Article 80 now for going on 3 decades in Boston. We haven't done a comprehensive review of what works best through the Article 80 process, and where are there opportunities for streamlining and delivering a more predictable outcome. And I think the one, clear through line here is predictability for all stakeholders involved. And there are lots of times when the process works incredibly well, and as you've already pointed out, yields great outcomes. There are also times where the process can feel like 3 steps forward, 2 steps back, and it is unclear to whether it is a developer going through the process or a community member coming to our meetings exactly where we are in this process, and what to expect, and how long a project should be at a particular space, where community involvement is most impactful. The executive order that established impact advisory groups is now almost 2 decades old as well, and we've, as talking with staff and outside stakeholders, have identified that it's time to take a look at that and how we do community engagement might be more inclusive, more representative of the communities we work with, and we might get feedback that is more instructive to moving the process forward expeditiously. So I don't think we want the word reform to somehow indicate that the process is broken, because we really do intend to keep an Article 80 process going through this board as the mechanism by which projects are approved in the city of Boston. But we want to take this opportunity and make this investment, as you mentioned, to go through a study with some significant resources to identify exactly how that might be made better, so that the tasks of the consulting engagement that the board went through give you some broad indications of where we want to improve, and that's everything from our internal management and our SOPs to the in the community engagement that we're doing, and everything in between. But it is not. It could have just as well been called an improvement plan, because that is ultimately what we intend to do.
Well, I would just note, and we're not here to debate this, but I would just note that predictability and expediting a process are terms that generally favor developers and not necessarily the community, which also has a stake in the outcomes of those developments. And I would hope that whoever the consultants are who come in to do this work understand that community input has, to a large extent, made for much better projects. Communities don't always get what they want, and inevitably there are going to be some advocates who say that the fact that they didn't get what they want is indicative of the failure of the process. And I just hope that the consultants who are selected to do this work are cognizant of the efficacy and empowerment that exists within our communities in terms of reshaping developments and the mitigation and the kinds of community benefits packages that have been negotiated, which don't come out of a predictable template. The other bottom line question I would ask is, what happens both to staff and to projects that are already in place and moving forward in the context of this study and this particular timeline?
So I think the answer to that question depends on the specific improvements we're making. So some improvements might actually require changes to the Article 80 code, in which case those changes would need to be voted on by you and then approved by the zoning commission, and those would, and as is like the linkage changes we proposed to you earlier today, those are generally would only impact projects filing after the date of those approvals. Other improvements might be around how we staff projects internally and how we reach the community members in the right culturally authentic ways and hear back from them in manners that will actually help us improve the project. Once we have those ideas, we should immediately implement them, and every project going through the process should take advantage of those improvements. So it does depend on the specific improvement we're making, where and when the impact will be felt.
And I just want to say to Dr. Lansberg, I really appreciate your comments related to sort of what the selected consultant team should keep in mind. We will make sure that when we do have a preferred consultant in the coming months to outline that specific approach to you as we bring them to the board for recommendation and approval.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think with that, look, there's some things I want to hit on, but let's start with the consultants and the selection of the consultants. I guess I'll just say that we've raised the bar for developers and how they come and approach our city, and in collaboration, right, with subcontractors. And so I note in the presentation that you use consultants and sub-consultants. I find it really hard to, I'd find it curious if it was in all and I come from a big consulting background, right? So I get that, but I think to Dr. Landemark's point, right, this is a very localized and nuanced process. And so I think with that, there should be local representation. And I think if we're going to kind of also, be about what we say we're about, right? We want there to be, equitable wealth, and that comes from the dollars that this agency spends and the city spends. So yeah. And then I think, the second is that, look, I think words matter. And I don't think there's any debate that we want something, different and fair, and we're moving towards that. That's where everybody's moving towards, right? But also, words matter. And I think it's something to be taken into consideration, right? We do a lot of we have approved consulting and studies and things like that, and those have made a difference. But I think we want to be conscious and sensitive to from the perspective of words and how those can land and impact on different folks. This is quite the undertaking. I am very excited for the team and for the staff I think this is the right team. To find the right consultants, right, to bring together all of the minds and see what we can do to get the outcomes I think that all of our residents deserve here. So I think that's all. I think I hit on it.
Thank you for that comment, Madam Chair, and absolutely, we absolutely intend to prioritize local expertise in how we select these consultants for exactly those reasons. And I think one thing I would just expound upon is so much of this team's effort and this board's effort is about building trust with our communities and all the stakeholders that work with us. And that is what this effort is in service of that, and bringing in outside expertise, both through the consulting effort and that advisory board that the board mentioned, to help further build that trust in how we make planning and development decisions as a city.
Good.
And if I could just, Michael Christie, Director of Development Review, Madam Chair and Dr. Landsberg, I think the points you bring up are very valid. And one thing you talk about is a lot of the studies that have been done on some of the larger scale initiatives that the city has undertaken. I think from a development review perspective, we're really excited to have some of that energy spent on kind of our inner workings as a group. So we really are excited to kind of get behind this initiative and peel back the onion and really get to work. So, thank you.
Yeah, and I would add, again, just Mike, to further clarify and speak to Dr. Landmark's question specifically, we're not intending for any of these sort of larger policy moves that have been made at a citywide level to be impacted by this process or these projects. It's very much meant to be sort of a process improvement of how Article 80 works, and any recommendations or policies that are implemented by the experts in the building as it relates to the work that we review will not be impacted as a result of that change.
And whatever recommendations are coming forward will come back before this board, is that correct?
Absolutely, yes.
Absolutely.
Additional questions or comments from the board?
I have a question. I think, Devin, you're probably best to answer it. I'm glad Ted asked the question, but in a more, just a real direct answer is all I'm looking for, not this one thing. I'm a developer watching this right now. And predictability, no doubt, and certainly streamlined what they look for and everybody looks for. So what is it that person wants to hear about this? What's going to change? What will change?
I think you hit the word is predictability, right? And I think what we
what's
want,
not predictable now versus what will be predictable.
I think, for example, we need stronger management tools internal to our staff around the performance metrics for how long it takes to move a project through the process. What's an outlier? What's taking too long? Where has something been stuck at a particular stage that needs extra investment? There's, been I think significant reporting on previous short staffing in our agency. Thankfully, through a lot of recruiting effort, we're now at a full-scale team at development review, which is wonderful. But I think we need to make sure that everyone's got the same standard operating procedures. That if there are studies that are not serving us or community members, that we don't need to do them. If there are particular projects that are really advancing our affordable housing, our social equity goals, our climate resilience goals, our economic development mission, then we're giving them the opportunity to move through perhaps a more streamlined process associated with the scorecard method that Chief Jims has been talking about. So I think we ultimately need to make sure that we do a fantastic job serving our communities in delivering quality development for Boston's residents. If we can do that while making the process faster and having community members have to attend less meetings along the way to actually, to fight for what they think needs to occur, and instead just bake that into the process, that serves everyone, and that certainly serves the development community.
With permission, board member Monahan, Arthur Jemison, director, just wanted to offer one other very quick example. I think if we were able to say to developers, there's a per square foot allocation for mitigation for a project of a specific size, and the objective of the meeting with citizens, whether it's an IAG meeting or other one, is really to allocate it to 2 to 3 different specific pre-identified categories. That would make both the life of the developer and citizens a lot simpler. I think we can do that in a way that hopefully makes it easier for both parties to sort of arrive at a solution. Recognizing that every neighborhood's different, there are certainly 2 to 3 categories that most citizens groups and most developers could agree it would be great for mitigation to go to where there's a common interest. So that's hopefully a simple example as a per square foot mitigation amount.
Okay, good. And this isn't a question. So I guess if you're going to be doing X, Y, and Z, you're going to get maybe preferential treatment on how quick we're going to work your project through the process, and there's no reason to have 10 meetings to have everybody be opposed to that. We can do that in 5, right? You don't have to tell me 10 times that you don't like the project. You can do that in 5. You probably can do it in 2. And I think that's going to be looked at. So that's not a question. Thank you very much.
Okay.
And I would just add that we are ultimately a small city, but mitigation in the Seaport, mitigation in Nubian Square, mitigation in negotiating with Harvard in Alston, and mitigation on the Suffolk Downs projects are very different. The neighborhoods are different. The nature of the development teams are different. And the expectations historically and in terms of cultural sensitivity are different. And I just hope that recognition of the specificity of neighborhood input is recognized by these consultants as they develop their recommendations, which it sounds as though will include fewer community meetings and, as you say, more predictability. But let's see what they come up with.
Yes, and I think, Dr. Lansmore, just to kind of, put a sharper point on that note, our goal with the mitigation task is to have the consultant identify for us what a standardized framework could be, not necessarily one single dollar amount that now applies to every project that kind of washes over these nuances. So, I'm just kind of throwing it out there off the top of my head. What it could look like is maybe an approach that kind of, looks at a multiplier based on all of these variables that you listed, based on project size, based on where it's located, based on project priorities, based on, the IEG and the community's priorities. And it kind of the goal is for it to give us some guardrails around these negotiations and not to replace these negotiations. So hopefully with these guardrails, we're coming into the conversation starting from a safe place as opposed to having to reinvent the wheel every single time with every project.
I'd just like to add, I'll just follow up on some of my other board members' well laid out comments, is I understand we're looking to simplify and standardize the process, but as Dr. Lansmark talked about, each of these can be so different. We've seen some very controversial projects that maybe were adding a great number of jobs or more affordable housing or something. So there's a lot of nuances in each of these issues. And sometimes trying to simplify and standardize the process, we do lose that. So it's a point that's been made by my fellow board members, but I'd just like to stress that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivers. Additional questions or comments?
Yes, Madam Chair, this is Diana Fernandez here with the BPDA. Just to stress your comment, Mr. Miller, I think one of the things that we're really excited about with this process is that this is meant to work in tandem with our rezoning efforts and really looking at comprehensive planning across our city. That is, in terms of the Article 80 process and a lot of the community conversations, a really key part of that predictability piece. And we hope that we just had Amy Chambers join us as planning director, and under the leadership of Arthur, we will be sort of guiding this look at sort of the operational nature of Article 80 in unison with really the crux of predictability, which is our zoning, and bringing that to the standards of our needs in our city today.
Great addition, Diana. And Newport, I've been talking about, we're building some frameworks. And then we also recognize that zoning is a topic that, also needs to get simultaneously addressed through all of this. So, great. Any additional questions, comments? With that, I believe a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Mr. Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. We're going to take item number 13 as well. That was the same presentation, correct? Right.
That's correct.
This vote. Request authorization to advertise and issue a request for proposals for a review and analysis of the existing Article 80 and the development review process and recommendations for reform. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
For a vote, Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Mr. Mark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 14. Request authorization to advertise and issue a request for proposals to issue up to 5 on-call contracts for transportation planning, analysis, and design services. Lydia.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Jemison. My name is Lydia Housley, and I am a senior transportation planner in the BPDA's Transportation Infrastructure Planning Department. And I'm here today to request authorization for the Secretary to advertise and issue a request for proposals to engage up to 5 consultants for on-call transportation planning, analysis, and design services. We're coming to you today with this request in the context of increased development pressure in certain parts of the city. And in order to ensure that development is led by planning, there is a need to augment transportation planning analysis and design work to ensure development is aligned with and informed by the city's broader transportation goals. To this end, the Transportation Division seeks to supplement our in-house expertise through consultant augmentation within 4 service categories: transportation planning services, operational analysis and peer review, policy development and evaluation, and fourthly, concept design development and peer review. The goal with this is to put into place up to 5 contracts with a diverse group of transportation consultants that will allow our team to access specialized services as needed to respond to known, anticipated, and yet unknown transportation planning needs across a range of scopes, scales, and geographies. Consultants selected for these on-call services would then either be assigned or asked to bid on individual and fully scoped work orders prior to any work commencing. Establishing multiple contracts that operate on an as-needed basis will give our staff the flexibility needed to meet varied needs, tight project deadlines, and ensure the consultant pool avoids any conflicts of interest. And the issuance of these contracts does not obligate the BPDA to expend funds, nor does it entitle any of the selected consultants to any specific fee. In total, it's expected that no more than $700,000 would be expended through these contracts, which would be funded through the operating budget. Following the RFP process, we expect to return to you later this spring for authorization to enter into up to 5 contracts with the most qualified consultants resulting from the process. And with that, I thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board?
How will these contracts be coordinated?
Ask it again. In terms of what?
How will these contracts be coordinated?
So the idea is that our team would identify a need either because of a development pressure or some type of proactive planning need that are that's identified, and we would fully scope a work order that would then either be assigned based on our staff judgment or bid out through a competitive process to the consultant pool. So for each individual scoped item, there would be a work order and that would have to be initiated before any work could commence. And in terms of coordination, I think that we would, depending on exactly what the scope for each item is, it would be in coordination with our colleagues in neighborhood planning and urban design, and with my colleagues in transportation planning based on neighborhood assignments. Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I think this will be interesting. I'm not sure if we've done the on-call contracts with these type of services before. I'm familiar more on the kind of maintenance side that, that Laura tends to come and, those. So, it'll be interesting to see how this all works out. But cool. Any other questions, comments from the board?
Just one other comment. I assume that environmental justice is being worked into this somehow, and that the procurement process will reflect our commitments to diversity and MWBE procurement guidelines.
I believe all of our standard requirements are included in the RFP as written right now, and I think that our team places a high premium on those qualities in our consultant pool, so it's certainly something we'll be looking for.
Okay, great. With that, I believe the motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Hansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Lydia. All right, item number 15, request authorization to issue a partial certificate of completion for the 100 Shaman Avenue project in the South End. The certificate of completion. So, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Hansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 16, we have an informational session. Proposed 2-year extension of the 12 existing urban renewal plans in alignment with the timeline for legislative consideration of a home rule petition, an act to improve and modernize planning and community development in the city of Boston. Christopher.
Thank you. Madam Chair, BPDA Board. Director Jemison and Secretary Polhemus. My name is Chris Breen. Before you is the informational update about a matter that will be before you next month regarding a 2-year extension request for 12 of Boston's remaining urban renewal plans. The information provided here was recently presented to the Boston City Council on Monday of this week, and they have since unanimously voted to support an extension of these plans for a time period of 2 years, allowing important protections to remain in place in the interim while the larger home rule petition moves through the Boston City Council and state legislature. Next slide. To refresh your memory, last year BPDA staff were asked to determine the impacts of sunsetting the remaining 12 urban renewal plans on March 31st of 2023. Next slide. We were tasked at essentially doing a report, and to do so, we reviewed over 800 LDAs that restrict up to 33.8 million square feet of land and categorized them according to use restrictions. Next slide. Staff determined, should these plans sunset, important restrictions such as income restrictions, elderly preference, open space, and community use protections could potentially expire with these plans. Next slide. Specifically, staff reviewed 154 LDAs that also had third-party covenants regarding income restriction uses and determined that about 1,400 units may become vulnerable by 2030 should these urban renewal plans be allowed to be expired on March 31st. Additionally, thousands of other units became vulnerable to losing income restriction in ensuing decades. Next slide. There are a multitude of examples of such buildings that could lose affordability protections throughout the city in the coming decades, such as the Concord House in the South End, the Cox Building in Roxbury, and Taitung Village in Chinatown. Next slide. Staff also determined that senior preferences that are specifically cited in LDAs could also be at risk. Our analysis showed that over 1,600 units could potentially lose these senior preferences in senior-specific uses by 2030, should these plans be allowed to expire in the coming weeks. Next slide. LDAs protecting seniors' rights to age in place are represented throughout the city in places like the Bricklayers Building in the Charlestown Navy Yard, North End Rehabilitation in the downtown waterfront area, Symphony East and West, and Fenway. Next slide. Staff also reviewed 235 LDAs with important open space restrictions and found that over 884,000 square feet of open space could be developed with minimal community and planning input should these plans be allowed to sunset. Next slide. These open space restrictions are represented all throughout the city in backyards, side yards, and small parks in places like Charlestown, Roxbury, Dorchester, and throughout various downtown neighborhoods. Next slide. Staff reviewed 56 LDAs that protect community and cultural uses, such as art galleries, performance, and community centers. Staff determined that the vast majority of these protections would be lost should the plans be allowed to sunset. Next slide. These types of uses are represented by things like Metro Boston Alive's job training facility, Boston City Lights Performance Theater, and the Kwong Kao Community Center uses in Chinatown. Next slide. Lastly, we have taken all of this data and created an urban renewal dashboard so that the general public and staff can review and see these important LDA protections and where they reside in the city of Boston. Next slide. This is a quick version of the presentation. Next month, we will be asking the board to approve a 2-year extension of these plans while the home rule petition makes its way through the Boston City Council and state legislature. The home rule petition will then allow these use protections to remain without the need to be constantly extended. Thank you for your time. I can provide the board with a full presentation and data sets prior to next month's vote, and I'm here for any questions.
Great, thank you, Christopher, and thank you for you and the team for all of that really hard work, that dashboard, all of the detailed work that I know goes into identifying each and every one of those items that make up those charts. These are the things that keep us up at night, right? When it comes to this, or at least me, when it comes to urban renewal and the what we want to protect. So, I don't know, any questions or other comments from the board? Okay, well, this was just an informational session, so we don't have to take a vote here. Thank you again, Christopher, and we'll be hearing more from you soon. All right, thank you so much. Okay. Item number 17, request authorization to approve design changes to the Eva White Apartments project on parcel 1 and parcels 2A and 2B located at 440 and 450 Tremont Street in the South End urban renewal area. Project number Mass R-56, subject to continuing BPDA design review. To convey certain BRA-owned air rights along Fremont Street and Millicent Way to the Eva White Redevelopment Limited Partnership and to take all related actions. Christopher.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director and Secretary, Chris Breen, Urban Renewal. The vote before you corrects the previously approved transfer of discontinued air rights parcel to Eva White Redevelopment Limited Partnership, which consists of the Castle Square Tenants Organization and Wind Development, and not solely wind companies, as had been previously stated and voted upon. Secondly, since the original approval with the guidance of...
Pardon me, I have to recuse myself from this one. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay.
Secondly, since the original approval with the guidance of the BPDA design staff, the development team was able to design a deep energy retrofit using a panelized metal panel facade instead of the original proposed EFIS panels. Staff now feels the project will make a positive contribution to the public realm and resiliency in the city of Boston. Thank you.
Okay, any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Vote, Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Lansmark?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you, Christopher. Item number 18, request authorization to issue a certification of approval in accordance with Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the construction of 40 residential rental units, including 7 IDP units, 2,728 square feet of commercial retail space, and bicycle storage located at 1 Elmwood Street, to recommend approval to the Board of Appeal for the necessary variances, subject to BPDA design review, and to take all related actions. Tyler.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The proposal before you is an Article 80 small project at 1 Elmwood Street in Roxbury. The proposed project consists of a new 7-story mixed-use building with 1 commercial space on the ground floor. The 7-story building will contain 40 rental units. The project will deliver 17.5 of the proposed residential units at between 70 and 100% AMI, and 56 bike spaces for the residents. Furthermore, the BPDA held 2 public meetings for this project in April 2022 and January of 2023. Both were well attended and advertised in the local newspaper. Now I will turn it over to Yari Cortez from BPDA Planning to discuss the planning context before Scott, Minku, and Mark from the development team begin the presentation. Lastly, I want to say thank you to the members of public, elected officials, and city agencies who helped review the proposed 1 Elmwood Street project. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair and members of the board. My name is Yari Cortez, and I'm the neighborhood planner covering Roxbury. The proposed project is located within the planning boundaries of the Roxbury Strategic Master Plan, a planning process established in 2004. The RSMP is a strategic framework to guide change and economic growth in Roxbury. The proposed project makes significant contributions towards the realization of the RSMP's goals by providing a wide range of housing opportunities by implementing innovative housing solutions, such as the Compact Living Pilot Program. The Compact Living Pilot Program calls for efficiently designed units with shared common areas located near public transit, offering more affordable ways for residents to live. By improving the public realm through the expansion of sidewalks on Roxbury Street and Elmwood Street, and providing outdoor seating and adding new street trees, creating a more pleasant and safer pedestrian experience. Promoting a sustainable and diverse economy focused on local wealth achieved through a commitment to award contracts to minority, women, and local residents, and having owner-occupied building. creating an architectural design responsive to the community context achieved through collaboration with the Highland Park Architectural Conservation District Review Commission. These are all consistent with the RSMP's goals and recommendations. I will now turn the presentation over to the proponent team to present the project in more detail. Thank you.
Thank you. This is Miku Khan. I believe Scott Webster, who should be joining the call, are having some technical issues. So I will just continue the presentation. My name is, good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Miku Khan. I'm the development manager of this project on Long Elm Street. I'm representing a family who is the owner of the current building. They are an African-American family who lived in this community for over 30 years. They currently reside in that 3-story building, and then they also manage the retail space on the ground floor. We have written commitment from the Healthy Neighborhood Equity Fund, which consists of 2 mission-driven entities, one called Mass Housing Investment Corporation, and also the Conservation Law Foundation. We have went through an extensive community engagement process, and I am happy to present the outcome to you today. Next, please. So the site is located in a strategic location within less than 5-minute walk from the Roxbury Crossing Orange Line P station. Next, please. The current building, as mentioned, is a 3-story single-family home, which the current owner resides and who will continue to reside in the new development project as a property manager. There is a corner retail space that we will be containing in the new proposal as well. Next page. The site is in a very strategic area right behind the two wide streets on Famous Street and Mass Route 28. It is tucked behind the Roxbury Community College and also behind the Islamic Society of Boston Cultural Center. Next, please. As you can see from this photo, the site is surrounded by large open spaces. Next, please. One being the open space of the Roxbury Community College, and then the other being the large parking space of the mosque. Next, please. There's also one large open plaza that's used for the Roxbury Community College right in front of the site, which we believe that provides a strategic opportunity and a location for higher density. Next, please. The site locates also on the bottom of the Fort Hill, where you can see the same where we think it could be a beneficial area for larger density. Same 7-story building is on the top of the hill. That's called the Marcus Grady Gardens. You can see the height difference, although they are the same height. The difference is about 30 feet. So topography-wise, we believe we're on a good place that can host a taller building. Next, please. This summarizes the context of the area. So as you can see, there are buildings that the height is from 60 to 80, and the tallest is offset 130 feet. We are proposing a 69 feet 7-story building. To give you in more context, the top of the hill 7-story building, if you count the topographic height, it is about 105 feet. And also, if we compare the height with the closer 5-story buildings, the one on top of the Gardner Street, which is a 5-story building at 550 feet, the actual height of that is about 85 feet. So contextually, we believe the larger density that we're requesting fits well on the site. Next, please. As a summary of the proposal, we're proposing 40 rental units. There will be 22 studios and 10 one-bedroom units that will be compact living, that will be following the compact living design guideline, and then also 8 standard-sized 2-bedroom units on the corners. We will be keeping the commercial corner units so that the neighbors can also continue to enjoy the cafe. And on top of that, we are proposing and providing additional tenant amenity space, including a bike storage, co-working space, gym, and flexible rooms, as well as a roof deck. For the community benefits package, we are proposing an increased affordability, adding 2 more IDP units permits that require it. The AMI range will be 70 to 100%. The public realm improvement is one of the proposals. We will be enlarging the sidewalk space, adding more landscape area and more trees, as well as bike parking space. We are, as a firm, we are committed to sustainability goals of the city. This building will be followed by the passive house design guidelines, and then we are also planning to use innovative materials as cross-laminated timber as a primary structure of the building. In addition, we will be giving blue bike contributions as well as direct contributions to the community groups. Next, please. We acknowledge that currently the sidewalk has been improved. There were some new accessible ramps that has been implemented in the intersections. However, next slide, please. We believe this can be further improved by actually adding landscape and seating areas of the line that bumps out on the bottom right corner are the parts of the area that we are planning to expand. That has been very well received by the community. If you see the ground floor plan, we believe it works very well with the positioning of the cafe, and having the double height space in the lobby that will bring daylight to the basement, shared spaces as well. Next, please. These are the elevation drawings that you can see that has some regular distributions of units. And the next, please. More importantly, these are the key views of the building. One on the left shows the building from the plaza of the community college. On the top right shows the building from the Roxbury Street side. On the bottom left side, it is an elevation view of the Elmwood Street side, and at the bottom right corner shows the view from the Gardner Street side. With that, I would like to conclude the presentation. There is a last slide that summarizes the proposal, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board?
This is, I think, a very creative use of a somewhat difficult site, and I wonder, the first thing that occurs to me is that this could easily become dormitory space for Roxbury Community College, which would be very beneficial to the college. But I wonder if any provisions are being put in place to kind of assure that the other residents in this neighborhood are not negatively affected should this essentially become a dormitory space that helps to stabilize RCC's enrollment goals.
When that could be definitely part of the use, we are targeting young professionals and families who are looking to downsize in their units and empty nesters. We believe the mix of amenities that we're proposing in this building will successfully facilitate all different types of uses, not just used as a dormitory space, because indeed that was part of the issues or concerns that was raised by the community, that if this building is used fully for students, there were some concerns about loud noises. However, since the owner will also reside on one of the units and will be managing the property, we have assured that some noises or in parties that is too extreme will be controlled and managed by the owner. So we have proposed those as the plans.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, additional questions or comments? I do want to recognize that while this isn't a public hearing, we have received the comment letters and different emails that have been sent throughout today and the past few days as well, and are taking this into consideration and informed our line of questioning here. So, additional questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
We'll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Mr. Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Item number, 19. Request authorization to adopt a demonstration project plan under Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 121B, Section 46F, as amended in connection with the 595 Albany Street project, to adopt certain findings related to the demonstration project plan, to adopt an order of taking for certain air rights above Albany Street and East Canton Street, owned by the City of Boston, and to execute a deed conveying the taking area to LPB Albany LLC, to co-petition the City of Boston Public Improvement Commission to discontinue certain rights of the public above Albany Street and East Canton Street, and to take all related actions. Tyler.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. The proposal before you is an order of taking in Public Improvement Commission petition for 595 Albany Street project. The proposed project requires the discontinuance of air rights in the public way above Albany Street and East Canton Street for projection bays on floors 2 through 6 in connection with the development project, covering a total vertical area of 255 square feet above Albany Street and East Canton Street. The taking area was reviewed by BPDA design review staff. The discontinuance area is going to be taken by the BRA pursuant to the 2023 demonstration project plan. In connection with the proposed project plan, it must be adopted pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 121B, Section 46F, as amended for the taking and discontinuance area. The proponent submitted an application for a demonstration project plan attached as Exhibit A. The proponent has determined that the need to obtain title to portions of the taking and discontinuance area in connection with the proposed project to construct a new modern building exterior that is properly insulated and detailed to meet today's energy codes and to improve the overall appearance of the existing building by including bays that will start on the 2nd floor and extend through the 6th floor, thereby halting any deterioration in the physical condition of the surrounding areas and preventing urban blight. The existing building at the property is located on the existing property boundaries, thereby making it impossible to construct the proposed bays without requested discontinuance and taking. The proposed project area requires that the proponent acquire title to the taking and discontinuance area, which is shown on the plan attached as Exhibit B. The proposed project also requires that the proponent and the BPDA co-petition the City of Boston's Public Improvement Commission to discontinue such takings and discontinuance areas. There is no presentation for this project, but members of the development team are available to answer any questions you may have regarding this demonstration project. Thank you.
Thanks, Tyler. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Mr. Lanswork?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Mr. votes aye. Motion passes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Secretary Polhemus, do we take another one, or do we want to take a quick break before the public hearings?
No, let's take 20. We can't start the public hearing until 5:40.
Until 5:40. Got it. Okay. All right. Item number 20, request authorization to adopt a demonstration project plan under Massachusetts General Laws. Did I just read that? No, that's a different one, right? Yeah, 20. Okay, under Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 121B, Section 46F, as amended, in connection with the 421 through 425 Market Street project, to adopt certain findings relating to the demonstration project plan, to adopt an order of taking for certain air rights above Market Street owned by the City of Boston, and execute a deed conveying taking area to 425 Market Street LLC, to co-petition the City of Boston Public Improvement Commission to discontinue certain discontinue certain rights of the public above Market Street, and to take all related actions. Tyler.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Again, the proposal before you is an order of taking a Public Improvement Commission petition for 421-425 Market Street project. The proposed project requires the discontinuance of air rights in the public way above 2 limited portions of Market Street for the proposed bays in connection with the development project, covering a total horizontal area of approximately 63 square feet above 425 and 421 Market Street, bounded by Market, Washington, and Leicester Streets in Boston's Brighton neighborhood. The taking and discontinuance area was reviewed by the BPDA design review staff and the City of Boston Public Improvement Commission. In connection with the proposed project, the demonstration project plan must be adopted pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 121B, Section 46F, as amended for taking and discontinuance areas. The proponent submitted an application for demonstration project plan attached as Exhibit A. The proponent has determined the need to obtain title to portions of the taking and discontinuance area in connection with the proposed project in order to construct a new modern building exterior that is properly insulated and detailed to meet today's energy codes and to improve the overall appearance of the existing building by including 2 bays that will start on the 2nd floor and extend through the 4th floor, which will overhang the existing sidewalk along Market Street, thereby halting any deterioration in the physical condition of the surrounding area and preventing urban blight. The existing building at the property is located on existing property boundaries, thereby making it impossible to construct the proposed bays without requesting the discontinuance and taking. The proposed project requires that the proponent acquire title to the taking and discontinuance area, which is shown on a plan attached as Exhibit B. The proposed project also requires that the proponent and the BPDA co-petition the City of Boston Public Improvement Commission to discontinue taking and discontinue areas. There is no presentation for this project, but members of the development team are available to answer any questions you have regarding this demonstration project. Thank you guys again.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second?
Call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Lansberg?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Let's go ahead and take 21. Request authorization to issue a certificate of approval in accordance with Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code. The construction of 55 residential rental units, including 9 IDP units, 3,653 square feet of ground floor retail, and 55 bicycle parking spaces located at 1035 Commonwealth Avenue, and to take all related actions. Caitlin.
Good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Polhemus, members of the board, and Director Jemison. My name is Caitlin Carpenter, Senior Project Manager in Development Review. The project that I bring before you for consideration tonight is the 1035 Commonwealth Ave project in the Allston-Brighton neighborhood. The proponent is proposing a construction of a new 6-story building with a ground floor retail and 5 floors of residential units. The proponent is committing to a 16.5% IDP contribution, which is 9 out of the 55 proposed units. The unit mix consists of 5 3-bedroom units, 15 2-bedroom units, 21 bedroom units, and 15 studio units. There are 0 parking spaces proposed and 55 bicycle storage spaces. The proponent is also proposing to keep the first floor facade. I'm happy to turn it over to the planning team to further dive into their planning context.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair and members of the board. Again, my name is Yari Cortez, and I am the neighborhood planner for Allston and Brighton. The proposed project is located within the Allston-Brighton Mobility Study Plan adopted in 2022, which focuses on increasing mobility for all Allston-Brighton residents. Planning staff also referenced the surrounding context, such as the proposed project's proximity to commercial and mixed-use developments, multiple MBTA stations, in the urban design context of Commonwealth Avenue. During design review, staff focused on retaining the existing first-floor facade to help preserve the architectural identity of Packard's Corner and the Commonwealth Avenue streetscape, while enabling new transit-oriented housing. Given the exceptional transit access of the site and its location in a mixed-use corridor near Boston University, the project includes 0 parking spaces. This will have positive impacts on the overall walkability of the area and encourage multimodal mobility as described in the Allston-Brighton Mobility Study. I will now hand it over to the proponent team.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jemison, and Secretary Polhemus. I'm Attorney John Polgini, and I'm the attorney representing the developer on 1035 Commonwealth Avenue, BGI Homes. With me this afternoon is William Lee of Monty French Architects. Many of you are familiar with this site. It's the former location of Boston City Sports. I think we all remember the t-shirts, but we may not remember. The store closed in 2015 as part of a company bankruptcy and has been vacant ever since. As Caitlin stated, the proposal will provide 55 residential units over 5 floors, and then the first floor with 3,500 square feet of first floor retail. Additionally, as you're well aware, the site's on the Green Line. Babcock trolley line, and as such, we will not have any on-site parking, encouraging its residents to make use of the public transportation opportunities. Again, it is approximately 17% affordability, all of which will be at 70% AMI. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Will Lee from Monty French Architects to walk you through the design, but thank you for having us here this evening.
Thank you, John. Madam Chairwoman and the board members. This view you see here is looking to the northwest of the site. There's an existing facade that is in disrepair, pretty well concealed by the plywood and the graffiti that's covering it now. Our goal architecturally, our goal is to reinvigorate that facade and point to the historic commercial uses on this avenue while giving a more contemporary and restrained backdrop to that existing facade. Next slide. This has already been shown, but the site is located right in the heart of BU's campus near Packard's Corner. Next slide. This is the current condition of the site. The existing limestone masonry facade is infilled with board and batten and some storefront that's in disrepair. There's an additional cornice that's been added onto it that is not doing any favors here. So our hope would be to revive that existing masonry and bring it to a new life. Next slide. This is an architectural site plan looking at This is an architectural site plan looking at the proposed project in its context. It's an infill lot, so 0 lot line on either side. And then as you move up the building, the facade actually steps in to provide light and air opportunities along the left and right flanks of the building. Next slide. Along the Commonwealth Ave frontage, there are recently implemented site improvements that we would be maintaining, as well as adding additional visitor and guest bike parking spaces. We would be maintaining existing pavings, permeable and impermeable. Areas on our site where we are adding paving would be impermeable, and introducing materials that are complementary to the existing masonry facade. Next slide. Here's that front image again. Next slide. So looking at the front elevation, you can see the existing openings in the masonry facade provide an opportunity to peek through and see the backdrop of the proposed building behind it. Our goal here is to provide a restrained and complementary architectural backdrop to highlight and celebrate the existing masonry of this old commercial storefront. Next slide. This is a little bit closer. So at the 1035 address, there would be a proposed commercial space utilizing that 3,600 square feet that was mentioned before. Lots of tall glass and open air and light to encourage public participation. And then further down, I believe next slide, you can see on the left is the residential entry, a little bit more restrained and showing more of that terracotta cladding material that creates a soft backdrop for the limestone masonry. Next slide. Oh, I guess that's it. Happy to answer any questions.
Sounds great, thank you. Questions or comments from the board? I just want to say I really like how you're honoring that limestone masonry and giving that new life. And yeah, I really like that. Okay, so if there's no questions, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dinsmore?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so Secretary Polhumus, should we take a 5-minute break before we head into our public hearings?
Yes, that sounds like a great idea.
Good, so we'll see you all here at 5:45. Enjoy your break. So we're now going to resume our hearing starting with the public hearing. So for this one, simultaneous Chinese interpretation are being provided for this meeting using language interpretation function within Zoom. We ask that you be patient in case of any technical issues. Language interpretation will not be enabled until instructions on how to access interpretation have been interpreted into Cantonese and Mandarin. Once interpretation has been enabled, a globe icon will appear. A reminder to all that are speaking today, we ask that everyone speak slowly for the interpreters. If you're speaking too quickly, I may interrupt you and ask you to speak slower. Thank you. To enable interpretation for Cantonese and Mandarin, please click on the globe icon on the bottom of your screen, and by selecting Cantonese for Cantonese and Mandarin for Mandarin. You must also mute original audio. So Joan and Huaran, will you please now interpret the instructions I just gave?
Thank you, Madam Rojas. Hi, this is Joan. I will be the Cantonese interpreter for tonight. 大家好，我係今晚嘅廣東話口譯傳譯員。咁請你哋咧一陣間咧，主持人係啟動咗呢個翻譯服務嘅時候，你會喺熒光幕嘅下方咧就見到有地球儀嘅標誌，點選地球儀嘅標誌，然後選擇語言，再選擇廣東話 Cantonese 就可以喺一陣間嘅會議入邊聽到即時嘅廣東話傳譯。如果有技術上嘅問題，請留意熒光幕嗰個電話同埋電子郵件嘅地址，咁可以一陣間撥打電話咧係得到技術嘅支援嘅。唔該晒 ，Thank you。
Hello, my name is Haoran. I'm the Mandarin interpreter for tonight's hearing. 我姓侯啊，我姓何，我是你们今天晚上的这个翻译员。等一会呢，你们会有同声的那个普通话服务传译服务。等一会他们会打开这个翻译的渠道，打开翻译渠道之后呢，在那个荧光屏底下有一个地球仪。那点开这个地球仪之后呢，你可以选择这个Chinese 或者是 Mandarin。那点开之后呢，那你就会听到我的同声传译，然后呢，你还要把你的那个原来的那个英文的那个声音呢，把它那个关掉，把它那个 mute 把它关掉，然后你才可以清楚的听到我的发言。那如果有那个问题的话呢，你可以在现在这个网页上呢，在幻灯片上面呢有一个电话号码，你可以打这个电话号码，或者呢发这个电子邮件到他那个电子邮件地址那里。谢谢大家 ，Thank you.
Okay, thank you both. Nisha, will you please join the interpretation channel and activate that, and we'll give everyone a few seconds to join the respective channel. You'll see that the globe icon has now appeared at the bottom of the screen. And so if you would like to hear this in Cantonese, select Cantonese or Mandarin for Mandarin. Okay. So if you are, Secretary Polhemus, are we good with the channels?
We are good with the channels.
If you are having difficulty activating interpretation, please call the phone number on the screen. Please take note of the phone number on the screen. If you have difficulties later in the meeting, you can call that number. The project presentation has also been translated into Cantonese and Mandarin and is available at the BPDA website at bostonplans.org/about-us/bpda-board/board-meeting. Please take note of the website address on the screen to enable the translated project presentation. This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with Articles 80B-5 and 80C-5 of the Boston Zoning Code to consider the proposed development plan for Planned Development Area number 140, 176 Lincoln Street in Alston, and to consider the 176 Lincoln Street project as a development impact project. This hearing was duly advertised on February 2nd, 2023 in the Boston Herald. This is the BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We are taking support and opposition at the same time. If you're planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active. Click on the hand icon on your Zoom control panel, and this will signal to the staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you're calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone and your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate 30 seconds remaining. At that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. At the conclusion of all oral testimony, any emailed testimony will be read aloud. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. And Sarah Black will now begin the presentation.
Thank you, and good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jemison, and Secretary Paulinas. My name is Sarah Black, and I'm a Senior Project Manager in the Development Review Department. We are here before you this evening to discuss the proposed development plan for Planned Development Area number 140, 176 Lincoln Street, and project located at 176 Lincoln Street. The 176 Lincoln Street PDA development plan is located on a 5.28 acre site at 176 Lincoln Street in the Brighton neighborhood of Boston. The development plan envisions a mixed-use project comprised of 3 buildings and up to 790,000 square feet of gross floor area, including approximately 252 residential apartments, approximately 538,000 square feet of lab, research and development, and office space, and approximately 18,000 square feet of space for retail, restaurant, and cultural uses, including art gallery space, and up to 710 off-street parking spaces. 45 of the 252 proposed units, 18% of the total, will be provided as IDP units with an AMI range of 50 to 120%. Of these 45 IDP units, 10 will be artists live-work units. The development team filed their project notification form on October 9th, 2020, followed by a draft project impact report on November 10th, 2021. After the adoption of the Western Avenue Corridor rezoning study, which allows for planned development areas in the study corridor, the development team filed a planned development area development plan in November of 2022, which complies with the aims of the new zoning. The BPDA hosted 3 public meetings and 5 IAG meetings between October 2020 and December 2022 to review the project and the PDA development plan. These meetings were advertised in the local neighborhood newspapers, posted to the BPDA's calendar, and email notification was sent to all subscribers of the BPDA's Alston Brighton neighborhood updates. The proposed project received approval from the Boston Civic Design Commission on December 6th, 2022. The project received a letter of support from City Councilor Breeden, as well as several members of the IAG. At this point, I would like to hand it off to my colleague Kathleen Onifer from the Planning Department to present the planning context for the project, followed by a presentation from the development team. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jemison, and Secretary Polhemus. My name is Kathleen Onifer with our Downtown Neighborhood Planning Team. 176 Lincoln is within the boundaries of the Western Avenue Corridor rezoning study, a plan known affectionately as WACRC to all of us here at the BPDA. And it was adopted by the board in October 2022 with new zoning to implement the plan adopted by the Zoning Commission in November 2022. This site is included in the Boston Landing node and was rezoned for higher density mixed-use development, including life science and housing units, near significant transit service at the Boston Landing MBTA station directly south of the site. The project complies with all the dimensional requirements established by WACRC, including limitations on lot coverage and the height of lab mechanical systems. The project also helps implement advance implementation of the Ulster Brighton Arts, Culture, and Placekeeping Plan created by the Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture by incorporating artist retail space, public art, and artist live work units in the overall development. Finally, the build-out of the project advances the connectivity of the overall street grid envisioned in Wackersey, including transformation of current private alleys to complete streets for public access along Telford and New Street, and advances work identified in the Ulster Brighton Mobility Plan for traffic calming on Lincoln Street through assistance with preliminary design. Thank you, and I'll now turn it over to the project team.
Thanks, Kathleen. Young, are you able to unmute?
Yes, I did.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Kathleen, and Madam Chairwoman, and the members of the board. My name is Young Park, and I'm the president of the Berkeley Investment, the proponent of the 176 Lincoln Street. It's been really a long road for this project, more than 5 years since we started our journey to create a transformative mixed-use project on a highly visible site in Allston. It has stood fallow for over 3 decades. Before we start our presentation, and on behalf of the entire team, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the members of the board, the staff of the BPDA, elected officials, and the members of the community for helping us reach this important milestone tonight. I will now turn it over to Morgan Pearson and Esther Bian, who have led our team from the very start. Morgan?
Thank you, Young. If we go to the next slide, please. I think it's just helpful to understand the existing conditions of the site. It's a highly visible property on Lincoln Street, but really overlooking the Mass Pike. And I would just ask the board to look at the lower left picture here, I think, which is really one of the most jarring images of people walking up the street on their way to the rail MBTA station, Boston Landing. It's very tight. The building was built right up against her property line. So we have, from the beginning, seen the opportunity here to make a real impact and improvement. It's very significant. The building there that's there today took up the entire site, and the site being over 5 acres, there was a lot that could be done here, and as some of you may know, there were attempts in the past 35 years to do something here, and we're very excited about what our team has come up with and is proposing to you this evening. Next slide, please. You can see here the real sort of transformation. And I'd like to just briefly go over the program we have here. Visibly, you can see 3 different buildings, but it's of course so much more than that. Building A is a proposed 252 apartment building for rent. That will include 45 IDP units, as well as included in that 45, 10 artist work units. Buildings B and C are life science, R&D, and office buildings. But all around them is over 2 acres of open space, and we'll get into that a little bit later. But I think as we look at this aerial, I would also just add that this is a true mixed-use development, and it has been from the beginning, which is meaningful these days, I think, as well as a true TOD site with, as we've heard before from Kathleen and others, that the train is mere steps from this housing and this commercial space. If we go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So in plan view, which is not as exciting to look at, it really does highlight some of the changes we're making and some of the advantages of what we're proposing. Really, there is no backdoor to this project. On every side, on every street, we have tried, and I think we've been very successful at welcoming in the public and the users of this property. And you can see really 4 main entry points, but there's more than that when you consider entering buildings and some of the park space that we've designed into this. I already mentioned the 2 acres of open space. It's a little bit more visible on this slide. And what you do not see here is the parking. There's no parking visible. At a considerable expense and engineering, we have located all the parking underneath this property, which has allowed us to unlock that open space that we've talked about. And also sort of, not too minor, but where it allows us to plant over 100 new trees on site. I may try to plant one myself, we'll see. If we go to the next slide, please. Kind of continuing on that open space and connectivity, we don't have to linger here too long. The lower left image is something you could look at for hours, but it really helps illustrate that connectivity and how we hope and expect the public in the future to interact with the site and enter and exit at different locations. But the larger image here shows the linear park that I think Kathleen mentioned as well, that is an accessible connection from up and down from Everett Street, which is a highly used pedestrian as well as vehicular bridge over to the different parts of Alston and Brighton. But today, there's really no connection down to Lincoln Street, which is important to the community as well as the BPDA and the urban sort of planning a future of this area. So we're really excited to be able to introduce this linear park into our program, and I think it's going to benefit the neighborhood and as well as the project itself. Next slide, please. The other piece of the project that's really exciting to us and has been a little bit more public in recent months is our partnership with Artisans Asylum. Artisans Asylum recently moved into an open new space, over 52,000 square feet of maker space in 2 different buildings adjacent to the site. But part of our partnership with that nonprofit is creating space for them within our development. So as part of our retail programming, we have already made an agreement with Artisans to take over 8,000 to 10,000 square feet of retail space on our ground floor in 2 different buildings at below market, lowercase affordable rents to help expand their programming and sort of create a campus for them in this area of the city, which it has traditionally seen a lot of industrial uses, and these guys are doing extraordinarily exciting things that we don't have enough time to talk about today, but they're going to be integrated in this. And if you can see on the lower right, we have some renderings showing where some of their space will be and how it will be a really meaningful part of this development if approved. Next slide, please. And last but certainly not least are the transportation improvements that we have integrated into this development. This is a somewhat rudimentary aerial view, but I think it really illustrates the improvements that we hope to make as part of this development. The green lines really show the biggest impacts. On the left side is Telford Street, where today is sort of a dirt back alley, semi-flooded access road. It's really, at some points, sees only about 5 car trips a day. With the help of work with the BPDA and other transportation staff, we have agreed to widen that road, integrate pedestrian and bicycle as well as vehicular access, sidewalks, and really turn that into a true complete street sort of road that connects all the way past our property onto Holton and then connects to a more recently redone road that goes all the way to the Charles River. And on the sort of horizontal axis here between Everett and Telford Street is another sort of industrial alleyway that we will be turning into a full road as well, with street trees and parking and bicycle access. So it really will open up this part of Lower Alston and Brighton, but also kind of, if we see it as a green some of this part of the community back together in many different ways. So I think that is the conclusion of our project with the slide again from the BPDA that outlines a lot of the highlights of our project. The last thing I would just like to say is a thank you to our team. Young spoke about this briefly. In the lower right, we've included just some of the members that have helped put all of this work in and all of this design together. I would add Goulston Stores, our attorneys, on all of their help in getting us here. Just a quick shout out, thanks to them. There's so many people behind this to get us here. So Thank you so much, Madam Chair, members of the board.
Sure, great, thank you. So as this is a public hearing, we're going to take testimony first. So again, raise your virtual hand if you would like to testify. And Secretary Polhemus, do we have anyone?
Yes, Minor Perez, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Minor Perez. I'm here representing hundreds of Boston residents from the Carpenters Union that live and work in the city of Boston. It is with, first I'd like to say kudos to the developer, Mr. John Park. His team did a great job in the outreach to the community. And I also want to thank the office of Mayor Wu for allowing the community to be part of the process. Madam Chair, we're in strong support of this project. We believe this is a great project for Brighton. The community benefits are really great. And again, thank you, and we're in full support.
Thank you. Chandler Rosenberger, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Hi. I'm Chandler Rosenberger. I was on the IAG for this project and have spent a lot of time talking with the folks from Berkeley and other neighborhood members about this. We've all been, I can speak for a number of members on the IAG, that we've all been very impressed with Berkeley's responsiveness to neighborhood concerns. We've been through, as you've seen by the timeline, several versions of this. We initially expressed some worries about the amount of parking that was there, the fact that the parking was above ground, there was going to be a mound, that it looked like the design was going to let a lot of noise in from Lincoln Street. And Berkeley went back and came back to us, I think about 6 months later, with a really radically redesigned project that had clearly taken them a lot of time to work on. But that addressed all of our concerns. And I think everybody was pretty impressed by that. There are a couple other things that I, as a homeowner, am very impressed with about this project. I live about 300 feet from the building, so it's very great interest to me. The opening up of Telford Street and New Street is going to do a lot to integrate traffic in the neighborhood, improve the traffic in the neighborhood. The bringing of Artisans Asylum to the neighborhood has been fantastic. I'm really looking forward to getting involved, getting my kids involved in some of the classes that they have over there, and just the opportunity to have more, some life and some excitement going on in this eyesore we've been looking at for 17 years. We're really excited about this project and really grateful to Berkeley for bringing it, and hope the city approves it.
Thank you. Damian Paul Don, you can unmute yourself.
Hello. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Hello. My name is Damian Paul Don, and I am with Artisans Asylum. I am the co-chair of the board at Artisans, and I wanted to express my support of Berkeley on this project. Not only have they been fantastic partners in our move from Somerville to Alston and been steadfast with us through that transition, but they've been very open and transparent with us in including us in the plans for their development. And our slogan currently is learn, make, teach. And I think that very accurately sums up what our mission is at Artisans, and providing a haven for people of all walks of life to learn the arts of fabrication. And this new development presents an exciting opportunity for us to also give artists a chance to earn as well, by providing a visible retail front that we can not only exhibit work, but allow artists to then monetize the efforts of their products. Really, it opens up an exciting opportunity for the ecosystem that we're creating at Artisans Asylum for the arts community. So we just wanted to express our heartfelt thanks to Berkeley for being partners with us and for the opportunity. We're very excited to see where this goes.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to testify about this project? Please raise your virtual hand. Madam Chair, I believe this completes the public hearing portion of this item.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
I'm just delighted to see that the developer and a range of community people were willing to take the time to negotiate a project that looks like a really wonderful addition to the community. It's not always easy, but you're presenting what looks like a terrific project.
Right. Agree. +1. Additional questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second it?
Call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Mr. Mansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations and thank you. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Right. Okay, so let's move on to the second public hearing. Okay, so for this public hearing, simultaneous.
这个
One second. For this public hearing, simultaneous Spanish and Haitian Creole interpretation are being provided for this meeting using the language interpretation function within Zoom. We ask that you be patient in case of any technical issues. Language interpretation will not be enabled until instructions on how to access interpretation have been interpreted into Spanish and Haitian Creole. Once interpretation has been enabled, a globe icon will appear. A reminder to all who are speaking today, we ask that everyone speak slowly for the interpreters. If you're speaking too quickly, I may interrupt you and ask you to speak slower. So thank you for that. To enable interpretation for Spanish and Haitian Creole, please click on the globe icon on the bottom of your screen. And by selecting Spanish for Spanish and Haitian Creole for Haitian Creole. You must also mute original audio. So Gadla and Hardin, would you now please interpret the instructions I just gave?
You want me to go first?
Yeah, go ahead, Gadla.
Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Carla, yo soy la intérprete hispana. En esta noche vamos a tener servicios de interpretación. Por favor, sean pacientes, ya que vamos a estar interpretando todo lo que nos van a estar presentando. En breve ustedes van a ver un icono en la parte de abajo y en la parte inferior de su pantalla con un globo que va a decir interpretation. Les pedimos que por favor escojan el idioma en el que desean participar. Si quieren escuchar la reunión en español, por favor, simplemente denle en español para poder cambiar o seleccionar el idioma en español. Muchas gracias.
Langage d'interprétation pour du langage assoya et pour un compte assoya que c'est espagnol avec créole haïtien. On a pu interpréter simultanément dans deux langages. Si vous avez un langage, vous avez seulement pesé comme bleu blanc et puis vous choisissez quel langage que vous voulez. Si vous gagnez en difficulté pour capable joindre un langage, vous avez seulement relé le numéro de téléphone pour joindre. Si que vous nous dites bienvenue dans la réunion à soir et pour changer en créole haïtien, vous pouvez choisir quartier qui à peu près qui peut apparaître en bas écran ou pour audio channel créole haïtien, vous pouvez choisir Haitian Creole. Merci.
Merci. And Nisha, will you now please enable the interpretation channel? Give everyone a few seconds to join there. You can now see that the globe icon has appeared. So we'll wait just a bit for folks to join the channel. Okay, so testing. Secretary Polhumus, do we have the channels enabled?
They sound good, yes.
Awesome. Okay, so if you're having difficulty activating interpretation, please call the phone number on the screen. Please take note that if you have of the phone number, if you have any difficulties later in the meeting, you can call that number. The project presentation has been translated into Spanish and Haitian Creole and is available on the BPDA website at bostonplans.org/about-us/bpda-board/board-meetings. Please take note of the website address on the screen to enable the translated project presentation. This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with Article 87 of the Boston Zoning Code to consider the proposed smart growth development plan for the Olmsted Village project within the Olmsted Green Smart Growth Overlay District. This hearing was duly advertised on February 1st, 2023 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We are taking support and opposition at the same time, so if you're planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active. Click on the hand icon on your Zoom control panel. This will signal to the staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you are calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone, and your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, please, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain, and at that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. And Quinn will now begin the presentation. Quinn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polimas, and Director Jemison. The proposal before you is for an Article 80 large project known as Olmsted Village. The project site is the final decam disposition of the old state hospital site in Mattapan near the intersection of Morton Street and Harvard Street. The project also lies within the Olmsted Green Smart Growth Overlay District, which this board expanded in December 2022 to include this project site. Also before you this evening is the Smart Growth Development Plan for the project. The proposed project contains 269 total units spread across 6 buildings. There are both home ownership and rental opportunities across the site, and the proposed project's over 96% income restricted. Included in the housing program are affordable senior living units, as well as an intergenerationally programmed building that will foster connections between seniors and foster families. The site plan was designed to respect and protect a significant wetland area on site and to accommodate a multimodal bike and pedestrian path connection through the site to the Mass Audubon Nature Center. The entire project will be all electric, and the 4 large buildings will achieve Passive House certification. All buildings will be LEED or LEED for Homes Gold certifiable and will incorporate rooftop solar. The BPDA held a virtual IAG meeting for this project on October 24th, 2022, a virtual public meeting on October 26th, 2022, and a virtual joint IAG and public meeting on February 2nd, 2023. All meetings were well attended and the public meetings were advertised in the local newspaper and online. I wanted to thank BPDA staff and members of the public who contributed their time and efforts to improving this project through the course of our review. I will now turn it over to my colleague Adriana Lasso-Harrier from the BPDA Planning Division to discuss the planning context that was considered in the review of the project before Elizabeth Heyer, Ian Kenny, and Paul Momney from the development team begin their presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Glenn. Good evening, members of the board, Director Jemison, and Secretary Polimas. My name is Adriana Lasso-Harrier, and I'm a neighborhood planner covering Mattapan. Although the proposed project is outside the study area boundaries of Plan Mattapan, the current neighborhood plan, BPDA staff did refer to recommendations and the community vision laid out in the plan. Plan Mattapan is an ongoing planning study that seeks to chart a more equitable future for Mattapan through the development of more affordable housing, business opportunities, and enhanced connections to jobs and community spaces. The proposed project makes significant progress towards realizing planning goals outlined in Plan Mattapan, including those of encouraging development of affordable multifamily housing, expanding opportunities for intergenerational housing and home ownership that keeps current residents in their neighborhood, and helps them build wealth. And supporting safe and accessible pedestrian and bike connections to Mattapan's open spaces and urban wilds through localized improvements to the Green Links network. As Quinn mentioned, the proposed project is also located within the boundaries of Boston's only smart growth overlay district, which was established in 2007 and expanded in 2022 to encourage diverse housing developments with various housing and transportation options in Mattapan. Next slide, please. So during project review, BPDA staff focused on working with the proponent to create a site plan that not only preserved the wetland areas and mature trees, but also provided a strong public realm, including usable open spaces, active building frontages, pedestrian and bike-friendly streetscape design, and new trees. In order to ensure that the proposed project contributes to the Green Links recommendations that are outlined in Plan Mattapan, extensive discussions were focused on how to properly design the walking and biking paths through the development site to Mass Audubon's Boston Nature Center without compromising the safety and accessibility as well as the responsiveness of the path designed for the changing natural and built environments. Staff also focused on ensuring the maximum level of affordability at a range of incomes, appropriately scaling the massing and the heights of the proposed buildings for a gradual transition from the abutting low-scale Olmsted Green development, and also ensuring that the edges of Olmsted Village would respect the immediate context, such as existing homes along Harvard Street, the Mass Biologics campus, and the Boston Nature Center. So I'll now turn it over to the project proponents for further discussion.
Good evening. My name is Ian Kenny. I'm a design director and architect at Mass Design Group. Thank you, Quinn and Adriana, for the introduction, and thank you, Madam Chair and board members, for your time this evening. Our 10-acre bow tie-shaped site is located along the southwest edge of Harvard Street. The southwest edge of Harvard Street, and we are the final development parcel in the Olmsted Green development. We have frontage on Harvard Street, and we have an opportunity to bridge the Mattapan fabric to the Mass Audubon Nature Center and connect the residents of Mattapan with the program and open space of the Mass Audubon Center. Members of our design team were fortunate to have participated in Plan Mattapan and had the opportunity to engage with community members and to hear firsthand how residents envision the future of Mattapan. Our Olmsted Village Master Plan is generated out of the goals of Plan Mattapan and is aligned in support of equitable, sustainable growth, creation of affordable housing and mixed-use development, and expansion of multimodal transit. Next slide, please. This is a look at the existing conditions outlined in pink here. We are at the edge of the former Boston State Hospital, and there's a little bit of kind of derelict infrastructure that's still visible there from the hospital campus. To the top left-hand side of this page is Harvard Street. To the top right-hand side is the Mass Biologics campus and Walk Hill Street beyond. Extending through the middle of our site is West Main Street, which is a discontinuous street that does not connect currently through to the Mass Biologics campus. And on the right-hand side of the street is the edge of the Mass Audubon Center. There are two significant natural resources to point out existing on the site. At the top left-hand side, there's a significant existing tree canopy and wetland with an associated buffer. And on the bottom right-hand side of our site is a healthy tree canopy which extends beyond our site and onto the campus of the Mass Audubon Center. And so those two natural resources really gave us a starting point with the layout of our infrastructure and proposed buildings. Next slide, please. And so here it is. So our proposal in total is 187 affordable rental units within 2 buildings, as well as 82 mixed income home ownership units. Within the 2 affordable rental units labeled 1 and 2 here, building number 1 is a joint venture between 2 Life Communities, the Treehouse Foundation, and Plummer Youth Promise. This building is a really incredible opportunity to develop what will be an intergenerational and supportive community, which houses seniors as well as foster adoptive families as well as 8 units of housing for transitional aged youth, who are youth within the foster adoptive community who would otherwise age out of foster support and otherwise could find themselves without a place to stay. And this building has 8 units dedicated to them, so that as they transition out of the foster program, they have a place to remain within a supportive community and find the best steps for themselves as they grow. Building number 2, Brook House, is 127 units of affordable senior housing, and at the ground floor of building number 2 is a lot of our community programming. We'll get a closer look at that as we kind of take a walk through. Among the 4 buildings which make up the mixed income home ownership, there's a variety in the scale of buildings. To the far left-hand side of the page, building number 6, the Harvard Street building is 31 home ownership units in a kind of mid-rise multifamily typology. 2 small buildings labeled 4 and 5, which are quadplexes, so 4 units in each. And then the largest of the home ownership buildings is called Russell House, and that is located at the intersection of Warbler Way and West Main Street. Russell House, Tree House, and the Brook House building all kind of make up the center of gravity here. We wanted to really centralize the greatest density and the greatest amount of activity at the intersection here. So we create a sort of center of gravity from which we generate a sense of space and a sense of community. Next slide, please. Taking a look at the site plan, at the bottom right-hand side of the page is Harvard Street. There are existing green links throughout Mattapan, and one that actually sort of comes up Deering Road at Harvard Street. And so we have the opportunity to extend that green link and develop a multimodal mixed-use path that extends from Harvard Street throughout our project continuously to the top left-hand side of the page at Mass Audubon. And when we say a multimodal path, it has infrastructure for both pedestrians and bicycles, and it's really the sort of connective tissue of our site plan. Along that multimodal path, there are different programmatic elements that are kind of saddlebagged off that path. Moments for a playground, observation of nature, and different kind of unprogrammed moments to kind of explore and make your way through the site. Next slide, please. And so here are views of the two rental housing units. Brook House in the top left and Tree House on the bottom right. Brook House is a 6-story, 127 unit building. In our discussions with the BPDA design staff as well as BCDC, we had a lot of really positive and constructive conversations about how this building, despite being the sort of densest and largest building on the proposal, is carved back and is respective of the scale of the buildings around it, as well as kind of generates an active ground floor. At the ground floor of the Brook House, there is a daycare center, a community space which will be open for community programming, and there's also a 1,000 square foot community clinic. As we look down at Tree House is a less dense building. It's 60 units in total, and as a result, we are able to let it spread out just a little bit more and respond to the scale of the Olmsted Green buildings, residential buildings around it. It was really important that we allowed the Treehouse building to be adjacent to the Mass Audubon Nature Center. The Treehouse Foundation, currently located in East Hampton, actually has an existing relationship with the Mass Audubon Center, and they bring their young people out on a regular basis. So the opportunity to have a presence immediately adjacent is just an incredible opportunity for them, and so we're happy to be able to make that work. Next slide, please. And taking a look at the home ownership buildings, in the top left, Russell House is the sort of one home ownership building that that, along with the rental buildings, anchors the intersection of West Main Street and Warbler Way. And so it's the largest of the buildings, 43 units. Looking at the Warbler townhomes, there are two 4-pack units. These are townhome style units, and so when we look at the massing here, we actually see 4 units which are kind of vertically oriented, which is to say that no one has neighbors immediately above them or below them, but rather they have townhome style units, which give a really nice mix of privacy and a nice kind of nice unit layout. And along Harvard Street, bottom left, is the one building that we have along Harvard Street. And so the scale of that building is meant to respond to the existing neighborhood fabric across Harvard Street, and also takes advantage of some pretty dramatic topography in a way that allows us to tuck parking under the building and make quite a compact footprint. Next slide, please. And so looking at the intersection of Harvard Street going up on the top left-hand side of this page, and to the right-hand side of the page, we see Deering Road, where it crosses Harvard Street. Part of the proposal is an improved pedestrian crossing and stoplight. So we really want to prioritize the safety of folks using all different modes of transportation as they move across Harvard Street. This is also sort of the welcome moment where folks are able to cross onto our site and pick up the multimodal paths. So we anticipate good signage and kind of infographics that folks understand that the Mass Audubon Nature Center is accessible from this point. Next slide, please. And this is a view of the intersection of Warbler Way, receiving the background, and West Main Street, cutting left to right in this image. In front of us is Brook House, and as I mentioned, it's the largest of the buildings at 127 units. We've done a lot of work carving back the building and trying to create appropriate volumes and appropriate massing that is respectful of context. You can also see on the opposite side of the street here the continuous multimodal path, and kind of detailed there in green is the dedicated bikeway. Next slide, please. And looking back the other way, back towards the intersection of Warbler Way and West Main Street, Brook House is now on our left, and we have the kind of child care center front and center, and we have a really interesting kind of overhanging condition which we hope will expand the usefulness and the ability for the children at the child care center to use the outdoor space there throughout the shoulder seasons, a little bit of protection from the elements. And on the right-hand side, we see Russell House, and as might not be totally evident here, but Russell House is starting to step down in scale as it abuts the existing fabric of Olmsted Green. Next slide, please. And finally, a look at Treehouse. And again, with the slightly lower unit count, we were able to further reduce the scale of Treehouse. And with the really unique and special population that we're housing in this building, we really love the opportunity to kind of grab some of the iconography of domestic architecture that we see throughout Olmsted, and that being the gabled roof that we see here, to be a kind of welcoming moment for the community. This will have both duplex and flat units, as well as community space that is so central to the mission that Treehouse is here for. Next slide, please. And I think I'll hand it to Paul.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jemison, Secretary Polhemus, Paul Momney from Wilson Stores, counsel the proponent. I live at 27 Parkton Road in Jamaica Plain. As Quinn and Adriana noted, this project seeks to build on the successes of the adjacent Olmsted Green project by expanding the Olmsted Green Smart Growth Overlay District, which was adopted in 2007 pursuant to Chapter 40R. In December of 2022, DHCD granted a preliminary approval under Chapter 40R to allow the expansion of this district. And upon this board's recommendation, amendments were approved by the Zoning Commission that became effective in January of 2023. Upon approval tonight by the BPDA, the development plan will become the permanent zoning for the Olmsted Village project. And this will enable the project to be eligible for incentive payments from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts through the 40R program. Thank you to the board for the opportunity to come before you tonight. And I'll now pass it over to Elizabeth Hayer at Two Life Communities for the conclusion of our presentation.
Thank you, Paul. If you can go to the next slide. This is our last slide. And I have the privilege of rounding out our presentation and thanking all the members of the board and Director Jemison for your consideration tonight. Two Life Communities is thrilled to be working with our partners, Lena Park CDC and New Boston Fund, and really privileged to have the opportunity to add 269 affordable intergenerational homes to the Olmsted campus, along with extensive community benefits, much of which you heard about already from Ian, including passive and active open space, a child care center, an on-site healthcare clinic with the Harvard Street Neighborhood Health Center, plus over $2 million in cash and other community benefits to organizations providing vital community services in the neighborhood. We really feel like our intergenerational proposal is the crowning jewel of the Olmsted campus, and it follows on the heels of the prior family housing phases of Olmsted Green. And we're really excited at Two Life in particular that the addition of affordable supportive senior housing and the intergenerational treehouse community will really create a rich diversity of housing opportunities on the former Boston State Hospital site and be an amazing addition to the incredible work that's already come before us on this site. As you can see on this slide, we're pleased to have, I think we're done here, but extensive temporary and permanent jobs, as I mentioned, all the community benefits. And I'll just round it out by saying also we have a very strong commitment to sustainability here with 100% passive house and LEED Gold buildings. So with that, again, I'll thank you for your attention. And finally, want to also thank Director Jemison and Mayor Wu and Sheila Dillon for the funding award that was announced today for Brookhouse, which is the first of the projects that's also proceeding through the funding process with the City of Boston. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Elizabeth. All right, so this is a public hearing. We'll take public testimony first. Secretary Polhemus, do we have anyone that would like to testify?
If you would like to testify, Minor Perez, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. My name is Minor Perez. I am here representing the Carpenters Union, hundreds of members that live and work throughout the city of Boston. In particularly, I'd like to speak in behalf of my members that live in Roxbury. This is a great proposal, great project. Affordable housing, we all know is greatly needed. What we ask is, and we know that developers will think of this, is we like to see the opportunity for the neighbors to be able to go to work to this project. So please, in terms of hiring contractors, responsible employers, with legit people on the books, that will be greatly appreciated. So we stand the chance to compete and be able to see some of our members that live in the neighborhood go to work to this project. Again, great job. I love your mission statement. I love what you are doing. If we support you, it will just be great to see our members go to work at this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Minor. Fatima Ali Salon, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Fatima Salam. I'm the chair for the Greater Mattapan Neighborhood Council. I'm calling in support from the council for this project. Not only because of the increase in the different types of housing, both home ownership as well as rental for both young people who are at risk and elderly who often in my neighborhood do not have the opportunity to remain in their neighborhood, to move from homes that may be larger that they can't sustain to being in this somewhat of a more supportive environment. The other reason I wanted to speak tonight is to speak to the conversations that we had with Elizabeth Heyer in particular and other project members to make sure that there is on this project an effort to connect to the existing Mattapan neighborhood. Very often when projects of this size and complexity, what they do is they become very insular, and there is no direct connection between those homes that are on the inside because of the way the streets are built to the neighborhood. One side in particular, for example, is Harvard Street. So all of those homes are better, I'm not sure if you show the slide, but all of those homes that are on that side, there is a definitive need to ensure that the residents and workers that are on that site have a connection to our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Angela Williams-Mitchell, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Angela Williams-Mitchell. I'm the chair of the Boston Jobs Coalition. And I will start by saying the mere fact that this project has this piece of it that's intergenerational, and it thought of our youth, especially when they're aging out of foster care, to be able to provide sustainable living, I think is awesome. The seniors were considered in this project, bloody awesome. So I applaud you for all the pieces that the holistic pieces of your puzzle. I do have a question about home ownership. Is there deed restriction on these units, and what are the deed restrictions?
So
this isn't a question and answer, but I noted that question. So as soon as we wrap up public testimony, we'll ask that question.
Okay, all right. Now that's fair. So then the other question would be, along with what Mr. Perez spoke about in terms of community benefit, how many, I see there's 600 jobs, permanent and temporary. How many are permanent, how many are temporary, and how many community residents will be employed? Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Williams.
does anyone else wish to testify about this project? Please raise your virtual hand if you do. Madam Chair, this concludes this portion of this item.
Yeah, great. So coming right off of that, so we have, those two questions on clarification on the home ownership and associated deed restrictions, and then a review of the community benefits and job recruitment efforts locally. So whoever wants to take those.
Sure, I'm happy to take those. So on the question about deed restrictions for the home ownership homes, all but 8 of the home ownership homes will have deed restrictions, and they'll have a range of affordability associated with them, but all but 8 will be deed restricted. And on the community benefits, in particular, the question I think is about the breakdown of jobs between permanent and temporary jobs. I don't, to be honest, have the exact breakdown, but what I can say, I don't have it in front of me, but what I can say is it's probably a situation where about 30 of the jobs are permanent jobs in that neighborhood relative to the operations teams that will be on site, and the remainder are the construction-related jobs.
Okay. Questions or comments from the board?
Maybe just a follow-up to that question. I think our caller had a question about what percentage of the jobs might go to members of the nearby community, Mattapan and close by.
Yeah, thank you for that additional clarification on the question. We are committed to doing extensive outreach and working with all of the general contractors and the various subcontractors that will be on the project to recruit from the local neighborhood. We don't have, it's hard to put an exact number on how many of those jobs, but it's certainly our commitment and our intention to work as much as we can to recruit and bring people on locally into those jobs with a priority for folks living in Mattapan.
That's good to hear. Thank you.
Okay, additional questions or comments from the board? I guess I'll say, like, it's, it's projects like these that kind of make it all worth it, at least for me. The intentional intergenerationality, if that's a word, of this project, as well as the fact that it also creates space for our foster children and family of all ages, really ensures that that none of our neighbors, and particularly my neighbors here in Mattapan, get left behind. So it's saying that there's a place for you here in Mattapan, and in the city of Boston, and that means something. And I'm just really proud of this project, and I'm proud of all the teams and everybody that participated to make this happen. And it is with great honor that I believe the motion is in order.
I think this is awesome. So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Cheers. Okay, so that's our public hearings. Thank you to the interpreters who participated in our public hearings today. We appreciate you. We've got a couple more agenda items, so let's scroll back to item number 22. Request authorization to issue a certification of approval in accordance with Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the construction of 70 compact dwelling units, including 10 IDP units, 1,790 square feet of ground floor commercial space, 6 on-site rideshare parking spaces located at 1320 Dorchester Avenue, and to take all related actions. Stephen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Director Jameson. My name is Stephen Harvey. I'm a Senior Project Manager at the BPDA, and I want to thank you for your time today. The project I bring before you today is 1320 Dorchester Ave, located in Dorchester. On May 3rd, 2021, Boston Planning and Development Agency received a small project review application from the proponent. The proponent is proposing to construct a new 6-story mixed-use building containing 70 compact studio units and a 1,790 square foot ground floor commercial space. Virtual public meetings for the project were held on May 20th, 2021 and December 13th, 2022. Both meetings were well attended, and the discussion that took place brought about the project you see today. The virtual public meetings were advertised in the local paper by email. The original comment period for the project ended June 7, 2021. A supplemental filing was submitted on November 17, 2022, which laid out project updates. The comment period for the supplemental filing ended on December 22nd, 2022. With that said, I would like to pass it over to Adriana. Adriana is the planner for this section of Dorchester. Adriana will touch on the planning guidelines for this section of Dorchester and the project. Mark Sullivan, the project architect, will then run through the project presentation. Once the presentation is complete, Mark Sullivan and George Moranci, the project attorney, and I will answer any questions put forward by the board. Thank you again for your time.
Good evening again, members of the board, Director Jemison and Secretary Paulimas. My name is Adriana Lasso-Harrier, and I'm a neighborhood planner for Dorchester. So this project is situated in the draft Plan Glover's Corner study area, and Plan Glover's is a neighborhood planning initiative that launched in 2017 with the purpose of strategically envisioning the future of Dorchester Avenue and surrounding Glover's Corner. The proposed project aligns with the draft goals and recommendations outlined in the plan, in particular those of creating more dense, affordable housing opportunities without displacing existing residents, and creating and maintaining robust ground floor commercial streetscape along Dot Ave, particularly by ensuring that parking lots or vacant spaces are redeveloped for commercial community use. And finally, this project helps lay the foundation for a future network of walkable and bikeable neighborhood streets that will serve to better link the surrounding residential fabric to Dot Ave. Next slide, please. So during project review, planning and design staff worked to ensure that the proposal better fit planning recommendations. Specifically, the original proposed footprint concentrated the building's massing along the northern portion of the site, leaving a vacant surface parking lot to its south. Based on planning staff input, the building footprint was shifted to the front or the western edge of the site, which created open space along the mid-block edge of the site. This revised site plan facilitates the long-term planning goal of connecting 1320 Dorchester Avenue's open space to a future network of mid-block linear open spaces, while replacing surface parking along Dot Ave with active ground floor uses. So I will now turn it over to the project team for further discussion.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. We wish to first thank Stephen Harvey and BPDA and city staff for guiding this project through the public review process, which resulted in significant improvements, including the addition of ground floor commercial space to activate this section of Dorchester Avenue, and numerous public realm improvements and other benefits as detailed by Stephen in his introduction. This compact living project, by offering 70 studio apartment units within a 10-minute walking distance of rapid transit, will create new opportunities for small households to take advantage of everything the Fields Corner neighborhood has to offer in a modern and comfortable building with over 3,600 square feet of indoor and outdoor amenity space. The proposed project complies with the provisions of both the compact living pilot and Plan Glover's Corner and represents an exciting concept of providing, in this case, renters the right amount of needed space to be able to live comfortably in one of Boston's most vibrant, diverse, and desirable neighborhoods. Next slide, please. The project site is located at the corner of Dorchester Ave and Ellsworth Street. As mentioned previously, the current existing site is surface parking, and this project would look to use that site for development beneficiary to the neighborhood. Next slide, please. This is just giving you an idea of the existing conditions and the massing surrounding the site. Next slide, please. The site is incorporating 4 existing parcels, combining them into one lot. Next slide, please. This is the architectural ground floor plan and site plan. Here you can see the proposed site plan for the project, which includes a building footprint less than 50% of the site per the Plan Glover's Corner guidelines. The existing curb cut on Ellsworth Street has been made smaller, as well as a widened sidewalk along this narrow street. Fully compliant complete sidewalk on Dorchester Ave, including street tree plantings, new public bike parking, a new bike travel lane, and multiple pedestrian travel zones has been incorporated into the design. Commercial space and amenity space have been added to the ground floor designed to further engage the community and promote pedestrian participation. Next slide, please. This is showing the front facade along Dorchester Ave. We used a combination of brick and metal panel materials to break down the massing of this 6-story proposal, while incorporating wood tone accents to warm up the color palette. Next slide, please. This is looking at the rear elevation, just another example of the materials used, and the massing portion towards the north of the site is really the only massing portion that extends towards the rear of the site. Next slide, please. This gives you a better idea of the proposed streetscape and the front view along Dorchester Ave. This is a view from Dorchester Ave looking north at the proposed project. Next slide, please. And this is also along Dorchester Ave looking south towards the proposed project. This really gives a good example of the massing breakdown that was previously discussed. Next slide, please. And this is a view from the south looking north from Ellsworth Street on the opposite side of the street. We did use that openness and the only 50% lot coverage to expand a lot of the green space capability, along with working with BPDA design members to really encourage pedestrian use as well as future renter use. That concludes our presentation today. We're willing to answer any questions you may have.
Great. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Yeah, hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second?
Call for a vote, Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsberg?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
The chair votes aye, motion passes. Congratulations, great looking project.
Thank you.
All right, item number 23. Request authorization to issue a certification of approval in accordance with Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code in connection with the notice of project change for the 33 through 39 Ward Street project, changing the 14 home ownership units to 14 rental units, including 2 IDP units, and to take all related actions. Stephen.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Jameson. My name is Stephen Harvey, Senior Project Manager at the BPDA, and I want to once again thank you for your time today. The project I bring before you today is 3339 Ward Street, located in South Boston's Andrews Square. On August 24th, 2021, the proponent submitted a notice of project change for the 2017 board-approved project. The notice of project change requested to change the unit programming and ownership. The original 2017 board-approved project called for the construction of 14 condominium units and 15 garage parking spaces. The MPC proposes to change the unit programming from home ownership units to rentals. The MPC will also change the listed owner and AMI levels for the 2 IDP units to an AMI level of 70%. I held 2 virtual public meetings for the MPC. Both virtual public meetings were advertised in the local papers and via email. The comment period for the MPC ended on November 5th, 2021. The proponent and I are here to answer any questions brought forward by the board. And once again, thank you for your time today. And apologies, next slide, please. Or maybe no slide.
Stephen, you don't have any slides.
I was gonna say, I was like,
No slides.
yeah, no slides for this one. So we're changing home ownership to rental. Any questions or comments from the board?
Yeah, I have a question. I really love to see home ownership opportunity, and we certainly don't see enough of it. We just saw a nice opportunity in a project in Mattapan. So I'd really like to know the reason why you're switching from home ownership opportunity to rental.
Speaking with the proponent, the main reason for his change was financial difficulties with trying to get the building financed as a condo, and he requested, due to those circumstances, a change to rental.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions or comments? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second?
Call for a vote, Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Landsberg?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes.
Thank you, Pimple.
Okay, so that was 23, 24. Request authorization to issue a certification of approval in accordance with Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code in connection with the notice of project change for the 135 Bremen Street project, reducing the 110 parking spaces to 47 parking spaces and to and allow the modification to the ground floor level and to take all related actions. Daniel.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jemison, and Secretary Polhemus. My name is Daniel Polanco, and I'm the project manager for the proposed notice of project change before you tonight at 135 Bremen Street, located in East Boston. As you may recall, 135 Bremen Street proposal was granted its original approval by the board in November 2014. As approved, the project consisted of 6-story mixed-use building with 94 rental units, ground floor commercial space, and 110 parking spaces. In November 2017, the notice of project change requesting to change the residential units from rental to home ownership was approved. Before you today is a request for a second notice of project change. The second notice of project change was filed in response to the completion of construction documents, which demonstrated how close the proposed lower level of parking would be to the MBTA tunnel below. The proponent is seeking to eliminate the previously proposed lower level of parking, which would reduce the proposed parking from 110 parking spaces to 47 parking spaces. Additionally, the proponent has worked with the BPDA on several changes to improve the building's design and efficiency. The proposed changes do not affect the overall unit count previously approved by IDP units floor plan to the residential floors above. On September 13, 2022, the BPDA convened a public meeting for the community's review and comment. Thank you for your time and consideration. Tonight, I have the development team here with me today to present the project in detail to answer any questions in regard to the project and other questions you may have. I'll turn it over to Angel to talk about planning context. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dan, and good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Polimas, and members of the board. My name is Angel Guzman, and I am a neighborhood planner covering East Boston. The project is located within the planning boundaries of Plan East Boston, an ongoing planning initiative that began in 2018. Plan East Boston delivered draft recommendations for all squares and corridors in May of 2021 and draft recommendations for neighborhood residential areas in October of last year. The project is located within a quarter-mile of Maverick Square. Bremen Street itself is a neighborhood residential street that's characterized by a variation in building scale, including primarily low and mid-rise residential buildings, and it is within close proximity to Logan Airport. Next slide, please. I think there's another slide. Oh, actually, that's it. Sorry. The key considerations of BPDA staff during the review of the NPC were to update the proposal to include compliance with draft recommendations presented in Plan East Boston, as well as ensuring the sidewalk dimensions abide by BTD's complete streets guidelines, minimizing public realm impacts associated with driveway, curb cuts, and improving the building's design. Now, I would like to hand the presentation over to the proponent team to present in more detail. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jemison, and Secretary Polimas, Jeff Drago and Toscano, the business address of 11 Beacon Street, the attorneys on the project. I also have Linda Neshemkin, the architect on the project as well with me. And what you're looking at is a front rendering of the project along Bremen Street. And as was mentioned, this project was approved a while back for the 94 units. Once we got into the construction portion, we were able to start testing the ground and meeting with the MBTA. We did realize that the close proximity within inches of the railway, the MBTA blue line that runs under the project, would cause vibration issues as well as concerns from the MBTA. As was mentioned, we are literally next door to the airport T station as well as Maverick T station. This is really convenient for folks that will be living in this building to use other modes of transportation. We were also able to add a number of amenities to the building by reducing this parking, and that included having amenity space, a fitness room in that ground level, and also allowed us to access the greenway better and to remove one of the entrance points for the need of the garage, which allowed for better pedestrian access and not having cars come in that section of the area as well. I can quickly, if Linda is on, I don't know if we could go to the next slide. I don't know if Linda is here, but I can certainly run through it if she's not able to get on.
I am.
Okay, sorry, Linda.
Yeah, no, that's okay. Thank you. Would you like me to start? I'm happy to.
Sure.
Yeah. Major differences that resulted from our recent review center around the accessibility of the building entrance and the connection between the courtyard at the front of the building facing Bremen Street and the public way. We've been able, through our review with the BPDA, in concert with our civil engineer and landscape architect, to propose something that still keeps us within the constraints of staying out of the floodplain, which this building had to do. And we have our raised, in terms of our first floor uses, are raised a little under 2 feet from the sidewalk. We had enough depth at the front courtyard to be able to change our previous design, which created a little bit of a wall because we had 3 steps and a short ramp taking you into the courtyard. We've been able to change that so that now we have just a gradual slope up to a large flat area with seating and increased planting in this courtyard, in contrast to what we had before. And so we think that that is a real improvement to the project. As Jeff mentioned before, we have a better situation in terms of the relationship of our driveway and the extent of our driveway entrance into the building, in contrast with the previous scheme, which had to have 2 separate garage doors and 2 separate driveways, one to access the first floor parking and one to access the formerly proposed below grade parking. So now, when reducing ourselves to 1 driveway, we are enabled to now have our bike parking at the first floor with glazed windows facing Bremen Street and immediate access. I think if we could go to the next slide. And okay, this is a blow up of the landscape, which shows a little bit more of what I was talking about, in which there's a large flat area which can be used for seating. We have seat walls along that. And an interesting thing about this project is that it's got 3 doorways into that courtyard. The one that you're seeing at the bottom of the plan, that face is the residential entry. There is one to the right, which will be the entry to the retail space, which is potentially a restaurant, and the one to the left is an entrance to the fitness. Go to the next slide. This is, I'm not going to go into detail on this, but this is the civil plan. And if you look at the bottom on the left-hand side of the sheet, you'll see a cross section, which shows you how gradual the walk is up to the main entrance. So it's a very slight slope. It is way below the allowed pedestrian sloping. Go to the next.
I think Linda, we can. I think just in the interest of the time, we can answer any questions that the board.
Yeah, that's fine. Maybe just go to the. If you could just switch. There we go. Just stay one back to the. There, just stay. This is just the first floor, and it does show that we've now gone to stacker parking, and so we have, I think maximized the what we're able to put into that one floor plan, and that's the end of my presentation. Thanks.
Thank you.
Great. Does that conclude the overall presentation?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah, no, I mean, there was a lot you're dealing with there in this project. So I, appreciate the complexity and the detail of what you presented there. There's a lot to work around. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
Nice changes. So moved.
Second it.
We'll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Hansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to skip forward to item number 27. Request authorization to adopt Mayor Michelle Wu's executive order entitled An Executive Order Relative to Resiliency, Affordability, and Equity in Planning and Development in the City of Boston, dated January 30th, 2023, setting forth the goal of immediately implementing planning and development reforms. Carolyn.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, Chief Jemison, and members of the board for the opportunity to present to you today. My name is Caroline Vaness, and I joined the team last summer as the Transformation Manager, and happy to be here today to give my first board presentation. I'm here today to request adoption of Mayor Wu's executive order entitled An Executive Order Relative to Resiliency, Affordability, and Equity in Planning and Development in the City of Boston, dated January 30th, 2023, setting forth the goal of immediately implementing planning and development reforms. The articles of the executive order include the following: a new agency charter and mission to rise to today's needs, instructing the BPDA to deploy all tools, resources, and regulatory powers towards advancing resiliency, affordability, and equity across the city. The establishment of a new Boston Planning Advisory Council to guide the planning and implementation of the city's built environment. Accelerating planning and zoning activities to prioritize appropriate growth that is focused on resilience, affordability, and equity. Improving the Article 80 development review process to make it more predictable, transparent, and accountable. A new city planning and design department, beginning the process to align the BPDA with the city. Creating a new coastal resilience delivery team under the real estate department to act immediately to protect Boston's coastline from climate change. Utilizing public land for public good by continuing to use the BPDA's portfolio of public-owned land to advance the goals of the city, while also working with the city property and financial teams to identify BPDA-owned property that would be better held or redeveloped by other city departments. And finally, the interim protection of land uses for civic benefit previously established under urban renewal plans, which instructs the BPDA to work with the City Council and the Commonwealth's Department of Housing and Community Development to temporarily extend urban renewal protections for the 12 active urban renewal plan areas. This also instructs the BPDA to focus its urban renewal efforts on enforcing existing land use protections that protect community values and to advance the resiliency, affordability, and equity goals of the city. While a home rule petition to end urban renewal and modernize the BPDA's mission and charter was filed in January, this legislation requires passage by the Boston City Council and state legislature. Therefore, temporary provisions are needed through this executive order, which I just described, directing the BPDA to begin these transformative actions immediately. We are excited to take these actions and begin a new era of inclusive designing, planning, and development in our city today in a way that reflects our people and creates a platform for the next generation to step in, get involved, and make their mark. And with that being said, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from the board?
Yeah, I have a comment. I was able to attend Mayor Wu's meeting with the BPDA staff just over a week ago. And there seemed to be such a huge amount of uncertainty or people that have worked long and hard for the agency that are quite concerned about these changes. So it seems to me that the changes are happening very quick, and I, as a board member, maybe appreciate a slower process or more of a engagement going through. So I'm not quite sure exactly what I'm voting for this evening, but those are my reservations. I'm concerned about all of these long-time, hard-working members of the BPDA and how quick we're moving to change. So I do have those concerns.
And if I could just pick up on that, at least items 6, 12, 13, and there's at least one other on our agenda today, speak in terms of planning processes that we want to go through, presumably before we make any changes. And now on the penultimate item on the agenda today, we have a request to accept immediate changes without clarification as to what those immediate changes are. And I have to echo my colleague's concern here in that there are professional, hardworking staff who've been at the agency producing really astounding, in some respects, planning and development outcomes that are generating hundreds of millions of dollars of revenue for the city and thousands of new units of housing. And now they're in a situation where there's almost no specificity, as far as we can tell, in terms of how they will be impacted and how their work will be impacted if immediate changes, as proposed in this item, are implemented. I'd like a clarification. And I'm not saying this to be recalcitrant. I'm saying it in relation to the fiduciary duty I feel as this agency was set up to have an arm's length relationship with political processes.
Members of the board, thanks for the chance to, I did want to make sure that if other members of the board had questions, maybe I can try to address all of them at one time. But I'm happy to answer the first two.
I think with that, I think we want some clarification would be helpful on what this vote means, and specific action, what this allows. I know we've gotten the memo, but that would be helpful.
Sure. Well, again, the way I would answer that question directly, I was at the same meeting that you're describing. I was the host of it, and I heard all the comments from staff members as I've been hearing in coffee hours and visits with staff individually. One of the things that you've said I want to just amplify, which is that we have the benefit of 200 very hardworking industrious staff members who, as you said, Dr. Wansmark, have brought forward billions of dollars worth of development to this board just about every month for many years. We're appreciative to them, and to hear the range of responses and people asking questions and being left feeling uncertain wasn't great. However, I would also say that having a chance to have staff people's voices heard, both by the mayor and members of the team, as well as other staff members, I think was really valuable. So, my experience of change is that that's part of the kind of conversation you have to have, and frankly, a commitment to the transparency and an engagement that an example of the commitment to the transparency that we are comfortable with and need to embrace. I think what we're asking for in our vote tonight is that we just to kind of highlight other aspects of the executive order that are important. Votes were taken earlier today that would allow us to examine ways that we can improve Article 80 and improve the community engagement process associated with Article 80. The EO also, I believe, speaks to work that we would be doing on zoning and ways that we would seek to better align our work with the next 60 years of, and our tools that we use to do our work with the next 60 years of growth that the city needs to realize. So in asking for you to take this vote tonight, I believe we're asking for recognition of the mayor's order. Obviously, you as the board of the BPDA have a unique set of responsibilities. We are currently constituted in a way where we are a board that has redevelopment powers, the powers to improve development, and also we have a staff that works for us. And so in that context, I think we're asking you to acknowledge the mayor's executive order, hopefully embracing the aspects that are associated with improving our work, improving our process. But we also recognize and know that in your role as board members and leaders of the development process in the city, that we all need to together make sure that this process that you were alluding to in your discussion about what the meeting with the staff was like, that we need to make sure that the process is executed properly and that we can deliver on the commitments to make sure that we've made, that staff members have the kind of resources, specifically the same approximate salaries, benefits, other things that we've talked explicitly to staff members about over the last month or so. That's a responsibility I have as the leader of the agency, and it's a responsibility that I share with you as the board members. I'm completely committed to that, as I know you are, but I think a vote tonight on this item is meant to acknowledge the proposed improvements that we're all undertaking together, but I think it does not in any way change our commitment to making sure that the staff that are bringing forward the 5 or 6 amazing developments that we have seen tonight, and then I'm going to summarize in my notes, that they're going to be protected and looked after as this process takes shape.
Well, let me be clear. I think everyone on this board agrees with the basic principles addressing matters of resiliency, affordability, and equity in planning and development within the city. I don't think there's a single one of us who disagrees in principle with both those goals and principles in fulfilling the mission that we feel as board members. At the same time, we are a planning agency as well as being a development agency. And as a planning agency, we expect to see a level of planning that tells us what the development will ultimately be. And in this instance, the word reform, which was referred to earlier in our conversations, appears to be based less on a planning process that has pointed to specificity in reforms that are needed than we would ordinarily go through as a planning agency, not only to plan in the best interest of the city, but also to plan based upon the legislation that created this agency in the first place. Now, because of the open meeting law, we on the board have not had an opportunity to talk about this among ourselves. So I can only express my own viewpoint, but that is that in this meeting it appears that we put the cart before the horse by asking us to engage in planning towards reform without having the evidence and data that indicates specifically what the reforms are. And I think that that's what we're entitled to as a board with members who've served the city well for years.
Well said.
Dr. Lindmark.
Okay. Additional questions or comments? Okay, this is, well, you know, this is the process. And we take the open meetings law very seriously. And therefore we as board members, you know, haven't had this, you know, this conversation. So what I will do is, what I'll do is call, go ahead.
I was going to say, what I would love to do, as we have done many times, and as we prepare our board package, is consistent with all of the rules and laws governing the way we interact with you as our board. We often have a chance to talk in detail about items like this, as we have frequently for over the last 7 months. What I'd love to do is create a forum where you can talk in the way that's appropriate according to those laws, and we can engage with you in the way that's appropriate according to those laws, and we can expand this conversation. I do think there's a part of this discussion that is appropriate in the public, and given the comments of Dr. Landsmark about not having had a full chance to do that, I think we should avail ourselves of that, and it would be my recommendation this item be tabled and brought back at a later date.
I agree with that recommendation, and appreciate that, and I appreciate this dialogue, and I will echo, Dr. Landsmark and my other fellow board members. Look, we, in principle, right, these articles, are things that we, by demonstration and of our actions, right, every month here, agree with to a broad extent, right? And so I think, I think we're on the right track. There's more conversation to be had, and I will take that recommendation. So we are going to table this item until a date to be further determined. And Secretary Polhemus, do I have to vote to table it, or I just table it?
Yeah, you need a motion to table and then a vote to table.
Thank you.
I move that we table the motion.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Okay, let's move on to the next item, number 28. Request authorization to enter into a second amendment to the Memorandum of Agreement with the Boston Water and Sewer Commission regarding efforts to conduct coordinated reporting, education, and cooperation with respect to stormwater quality for BRA-owned properties. Matt.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polhemus, and Director Jemison. This is an identical order to the EDIC measure that we presented earlier. The only change would be there are certain reporting mechanisms specific to the Article 80 process that we do. Any information there that we can coordinate with Boston Water and Sewer on in terms of that stormwater runoff data, we are compelled to do because of this MOA. I'm happy to go in depth about anything else if you guys have any other questions, but Mr. Monahan, in response to your earlier question, I did pull the consent decree. There was a $235,000 civil penalty that was assessed through the consent decree that the commission the Boston Water and Sewer Commission had to pay in response to this. And then the overall package that the court assessed was a 15-point series of remedial measures, one of which was the intergovernmental agreements that we are a part of.
And where did the money go?
Sorry, I am trying to, I'll get you a copy of the consent decree through the executive secretary. I have it open in front of me, but it's about 90 pages long, so I just don't want to waste any more of your time looking for it.
I'm under the impression, by what I've heard from people, is this is an action that they take, and it's to serve them quite well. And, that's why I want to know, did the money go to some state agency? Did it go somewhere? And I know you don't know right now. Or did it go directly to CLF? I don't need the answer right now, man.
Okay, I appreciate that, Mr. Monahan. Through the executive secretary, Other you a copy of the consent decree.
Thank you.
Thank you. If anybody else has any questions.
Any other questions or comments? That's a good question. Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
Item number 29, personnel. Mike?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary and Director Jemison. We have a number of items for you to consider for the BRA agenda with exact details included in the board memos. We have one appointment in the Office of General Counsel Alec Bonelli as counsel. We have one departure in the office, in the Director's office, Dana Whiteside, Deputy Chief of Staff. Thank you, that's all.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 30, contractual. I need a motion to pay the bills.
I move that we pay our bills.
Second.
We'll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Please pay the bills. And finally, item number 31, director's update. Chief Jemison, the floor is yours.
Good evening. Hope everybody is doing all right. We've had a great board meeting tonight. We've approved 5 new development projects. We have those projects contained 686 residential units, approximately half of which were income restricted. As I suggested earlier, this board meeting alone has a value of development representing over $1 billion. And the projects here represent 1.6 million square feet, of which 680,000 are residential. When constructed, 1,493 tradespeople will be working, creating 1,844 direct jobs based on our estimates. This has been a great meeting. We've advanced some important policy issues such as linkage. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge we took our first step tonight in updating the linkage policy. Now that the board has approved the fee increase, this updated policy will go to the zoning commission where we need to be voted on formally. If approved, the increase in fees will be phased in over 2 years, starting at the beginning of next year, 2024. I want to thank the staff for the hard work on this, also the partners in the business community and those who advocate for more affordable housing and workforce training. As it is in most things, we worked hard to try to put our best thinking forward and achieve a balanced approach. Specifically, for those who have advocated these fees be increased, I hope there's a sense that this milestone's been made, which is going to help folks who need affordable housing and workforce development. For those who are concerned about uncertainty in the market, hopefully the 2-phase implementation speaks to the current economic moment that we're in. Again, at the end, this balance is going to result in great things, we believe, for both affordable housing and workforce training in the city. Tonight, we also took an action that's going to help us work with a set of vendors to consider ways to improve the Article 80 process, specifically ways to improve the community engagement side of it and also make development review more predictable for everyone. We had a really, I think, healthy discussion at the table about this tonight. I think we all share the goal that a more transformed approach to this work will make it easier for citizens and business interests both to continue to build Boston. I want to thank the teams who worked hard on the scopes of these RFPs, including many individual interviews with developers and advocates to help us think it through. I'd also like to highlight the 176 Lincoln project. It's a great example of planning-led development. It's yet another of the WACR-Z projects, the Western Avenue Corridor zoning work. And the transportation recommendations from this project that we just described tonight will be extending Telford Street, contributing traffic calming measures, and breaking down the overall massing of the blocks. I also want to thank, as I have to each of the developers who are working on projects in this corridor. I thank them for their patience. It was the long view that allowed Wackersy to be approved and advance this project along with several others. Great job to those involved. Finally, I want to highlight Olmsted Village. It's a great example, adding a very significant number of new units as part of one of the last segments of the Boston State Hospital project. It's going to build 6 new residential buildings, as well as a new community and childcare space in Mattapan. It's located within our only smart growth overlay district, which is a state program designed to encourage diverse housing developments. Although it doesn't fall directly within the boundaries of Plan Mattapan, it aligns with many of the aspects of the vision there in that plan. It's a great example, and I had a chance to visit Two Life's development, another part of Boston. Very impressed and excited about the impact of this development. And finally, I want to thank members of the board for the discussion at the end. It's important, and looking forward to having it, and then at a later point, having a further discussion here in the public. It's important that the issues that we need to consider together are considered, and as I said about our critical staff members, it's important that we create an environment where we can communicate and better understand each other's opinions so that we can build consensus together and move forward. And this board, that's one of the purposes of this board, is to create that convening. So I'm always happy to be part of whatever discussion we have. We ask this board to take important, and I'd say some of the most important questions the city deals with every month. So I'm not surprised that there's a range of opinions about important policy matters. I welcome it and look forward to being part of it. With that, I'll pass it back to you, Chair Rojas, and hopefully we can end tonight's meeting.
Okay, yes, well, that was our final agenda item. So with that, I need a, and before I forget, I know we announced that that Mr. Whiteside is leaving, so just wanted to thank him as well for his service. And with that, I need a motion to adjourn this meeting.
So moved.
Second?
A roll call for a vote. Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Lansmore?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Okay, thank you, everyone, and we'll see you next month.